Okay, we are up and running. We start down the clock. Steve, I'll keep up with the chat. You can introduce the people as we go down.
Okay.
I think you know everybody.
I know them, or I've met them at some point,
Or know of them. Yes.
or know of them.
Yes. Great.
It's going to be a beautiful night here. The wind's going to drop. It's mild. It's going to be a gorgeous night. I'm going to be looking at the conjunction early and then later watching Ursid meteors.
Yes. So you're not going to go to sleep, are you, David?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Oh, you bet I am. I'm going to try to wait.
You might observe all night long until...
Not a chance.
Okay.
I think I'm going to go to about midnight or so, and then I'm done.
Yeah. Clearlight 58 says, I have them in sight here in Boston now. They won't be up much longer, but but I have a lot of shots and some video. Just wish I had a smaller chip camera for this one. The atmosphere is not great tonight, but I can see the rings. That's exciting.
Where is he writing from? Where is that? Where
Boston.
is he writing from? Boston.
Boston.
So there's some clearing on the East Coast, which is good news.
Yeah. Eduardo Simone says, maybe the skies are clear there. It's cloudy here in South Jersey, which usually happens on every major celestial event. Okay.
Scotty, I think you saved the best for last. We're getting quite a group here tonight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We have a big group. We have scheduled it so that, the imagers are kind of, just one right after the other. So, Steve, you may need to, just so that everybody gets some airtime,
Sure.
You may have to jump from imager to imager. Okay.
Yep. Do I have that control?
You can yell at them, I guess.
No, it's not a button I'm pressing, right? Okay.
Well, actually, if we have somebody that doesn't know how to unshare their screen, I can unshare them. So.
All right, man, that's cool.
Yeah. Eduardo Simon says, Scott, you've been burning the candle at both ends for this conjunction. Well, you know what? If there's a reason to burn the candle at both ends, this is the reason. This event is amazing. So, eclipses, special events like this, you just need to be there. One of the things I learned is if you do it, you won't regret it because you have great memories. One day I'll tell the whole story about my eclipse trip on Mauna Kea in '91, where I stayed up for 4 days and 3 nights with no sleep.
You were a younger person then, Scott.
I was a younger person. Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
I didn't think I could do this today at age 72, but I did it. I haven't slept except for the last 40 minutes or so, and I'm doing okay.
You definitely have the DNA of an astronomer, David. You've got the right genes for this. Let's see. Martin Eastburn says, howdy, north and south, east and west. Yep. We will have a global audience. We've had a global audience all day long. We've been in Africa. We've been in, Europe, Asia, It's been cool. It's been really cool.
It's been pretty amazing.
It has, right? I mean, it's like we've done this trip around the world, you know.
Yep.
Hi, Scott.
Hello.
Hello.
Ah, there's Caesar.
Yeah,
Yeah,
on the
good to
roof.
see you. Good to see you. You're up on the rooftop, I think, right?
Yes.
Cool. Any details on equipment generating the image we're viewing?
Now I have the
Uh,
moon.
well, the view that you're seeing here on the screen right now is from Christopher Go, and that was done with a Celestron 8-inch telescope. I don't know which camera it was, but it was a new QHY camera that he has.
He was using the QHY 183 mono.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a cooled camera. Although I'm not sure if he was using the cooler.
Yeah, I don't know. But look at the detail there. It's amazing. And he did that with one shot. This is not a montage or. So what he did is he took, I guess he saturated Jupiter to 95%, and that gave him enough image data to dig out Saturn without blowing out Jupiter.
Fabulous shot.
Yeah.
Where are you looking? Who's? Oh, I see. It came
See
up.
that?
Yes, indeed. Christopher Go. Yeah, well.
Yeah. Yeah. He does know what he's doing.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. It was interesting because David and Steve were talking about how quickly he just threw up this 8-inch telescope and connected the camera and focused and started nailing, unreal shots. So that's what masters do, is they make it look easy,
That's what he is.
Yeah. Randy Dodge says it's cloudy tonight in St. John's, Newfoundland. Great view last night, though. Pekka says hello from Stockholm, Sweden.
And Mark Tovey is here.
Yes. Yep. Who all do we have here? We've got Gary Crawford, Jerry Hubble, Alain Maury, David Eicher, Dave Chapman, Simon Tang, Steve Molly, of course, David Levy, Bob Denny, Jack Newton, Cesar Brolo, and Mark Tovey, Chris Gaynor, Kathy. I'm not sure which Kathy this is, but Kathy. And more will be coming on. Heath Creekmore, who works for us, is watching. He works in customer service.
Thank you again for the invitation, Scott.
Yeah, thank you for coming on, Bob. We love having you on. Okay. Rod DeLay says hello from Marion. James the astrophotographer says, didn't Christopher Go mention he didn't polar align before he shot those images? I think that's true. Marion,
Outstanding images.
Iowa. Anthony Mountjoy says Priestville, Saskatchewan in the house. Well, hello everybody. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific, and you are watching the final segment of a five-part series today of the 27th Global Star Party, the Great Conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter. And we've had a great day today. We've had thousands of people watch our programs, and it's been really thrilling. But this is the crescendo. This is the grand finale here, and we've got imagers galore, and we've got great speakers. I can't imagine amassing a greater group of astronomers to help you understand the Great Conjunction and what it means to all of us, and what it the reason why we're all turning our heads skyward to see this amazing spectacle. So I am going, this is being hosted by the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, and representing the RASC is Steve Malia. Steve is also the owner of Ontario Telescopes, and he is a former president of the, which center was it again, Steve?
Mississauga Center.
The Mississauga Center, okay. I can barely say Mississauga, okay.
It's okay. We've been up for a very, very long time, Scott.
Very long time.
There'll be a short
Yeah.
quiz after.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Please take notes. It'll be a test at the end of the show.
That's right. But we have some amazing astronomers here, both from Canada, the United States, South America. So it's really cool, and we're glad that you're all here with us. This is an educational outreach event, and so I'm going to ask people who are watching to share this program with your friends, with groups that you belong to on Facebook or whatever social media that you're on right now. If you're on YouTube, you're going to want to subscribe and like us. But sharing it is the essence of what we're doing here. We're bringing this all to you to help you enjoy this event. And, we believe that astronomy is good for you. It is a gateway science, as it's been described many times, that leads to future scientists and better citizenry, and new engineers and problem solvers that we need for the problems that face humanity today and in the future. So, anyhow, I am going to formally turn this over to Steve, and here you go, Steve.
Thank you, Scott. Much appreciated. Thank you for the introduction. Tonight we have a star-studded event with some titans of the industry joining us today. We have representatives from the Royal Astronomical Society straight across Canada from one end to the other, and we'll hear some very interesting topics, everything ranging from Canada's contribution in terms of technology in the space race dating back to the 50s and 60s with the Alva Aero program, and right to Canada's traditions and stories with its native people. We have some big names with us tonight. Of course, David Levy, who is also an honorary president of the Montreal Center and of the Kingston Center. David Eicher from Astronomy Magazine, right? Jerry Hubble, vice president of engineering at Explore Scientific. Mr. Jack Newton himself, right, joining us from his home in Arizona. Is that correct, Jack?
Joyous, BC.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were in Arizona. Oh,
Canadian.
that's true. And others. Former president of the center, Chris Gaynor, is with us today, and we will also have our current president of the society, Mr. Robin Foyer. But before we start off, there's something I wanted to show, and I'm going to share my screen. Not only is today the conjunction, but today is also the solstice. And there is a place, it's one of my favorite places I've visited, and I'm going to just get this going, and that didn't work. So I'm going to share my screen. Wrong screen. You think I would have practiced this?
Was that your front yard?
No, it's my backyard.
No, your
That's
backyard. Okay. Stonehenge is your front yard. Yes.
Yes, yes. Where am I? Screen 2. Share. Okay. Hope you can all see that now. This is Newgrange. This is a site in Ireland.
This is your desktop. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Now you got it.
This is Newgrange. This is a site in Ireland. It's over 5,000 years old. This predates the pyramids of Giza. This predates Stonehenge. It is a tomb, but it also has some significance when it comes to the solstice. And what's really interesting about this site is the way that it's constructed. It's just very massive, massive stones. And they were brought into the site 5,000 years ago, and I'm sure was quite a feat to do. So the Newgrange site is located a couple of hours north of Dublin, and it's a beautiful, beautiful area. If you ever have a chance to go visit it, if you're in Ireland, I would really recommend that you do so. And what makes it really unique is this box, this light box. You have the entrance, which is on the bottom there, but there's this box that's right above it. And the way that this box was positioned is that on December 21st, right? And it only happens on December 21st, at the start of the solstice, the light from the sun will go directly through this light box and light up the entire passageway of Newgrange, right to the very back of this tomb. Now, you can see that there's this large boulder in front of the opening, and it has these symbols carved into it. And these have been there for the past 5,000 years. And there's several of these large boulders all around, and they're quite big. They're about the size of a small car. So you can just imagine what it would have taken to move these without, modern equipment that we enjoy these days. This is Newgrange on the inside, right? So you can see it's a straight passage from one end to the other. So the light only on December 21st will enter that light box and illuminate the inside of the tomb.
That is so cool.
Yeah, which I think is pretty neat, considering 5,000 years ago, right? The importance that astronomy, the importance that took that people put into astronomy to determine when to plant something, when to harvest, different seasons. It was a regular calendar that was very reliable. And this is an excellent example of how astronomy was used to determine a specific point within the year, and that being the solstice, winter solstice. So I thought that was something that was quite interesting. And when one of my trips to Ireland a few years ago, I was fortunate enough to be taken to the site by members of the Irish Astronomy Society, and they shared this with me, and I would forever be grateful. They took me to a few other sites too. That's for another show. But I don't want to take up too much more time on this. So we're going to continue on, and I would like to ask Mr. David Levy if he would mind taking over. David, you're muted.
Yeah, David, you're muted.
It is so good. How's that? Is that any better?
That's way better.
I wasn't muted. I was speaking in Latin.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
nice.
Anyway, thank you so much. It is so good to see so many RASC people here. In a way, this is an RASC General Assembly Plus, because we have probably several hundred members of the RASC present, plus people from North America, from the United States, from South America, some people from Europe, and all over the world. And we've had thousands of people during the day from all over the world, and I don't believe I've ever spoken to an audience as large as this one before. And it really is a pleasure to be here, and welcome. Well, boys and girls, girls and boys, ladies and gentlemen, this is the day, December the 21st. It's the winter solstice. This is the day of the Great Conjunction. The last time that Jupiter and Saturn were this close, as they are right this minute, was in the year 1623. Nobody saw it then because it took place during daylight hours. And I think it's quite something that we have a conjunction that is visible tonight. And the next few days, the planets will still be very close. So if you don't get it tonight, it's not like a total eclipse. You'll be able to see it on other days. The other thing I wanted to say is that that this particular event is really not a scientific event at all. This is not something that the world community of professional astronomers would embrace. And if you were to ask the president of the American Astronomical Society to give a scientific paper on the Great Conjunction, she or he probably wouldn't be able to do it, because there is no real scientific merit or value in tonight's Great Conjunction. But boy, is it beautiful to look at. This is the kind of event where you go outside and you look up at the night sky and you see it. And whether you can split, if your eyes are really good, you'll be able to split the two planets with the unaided eye. If your eyes are like mine, you probably won't be able to. It'll be just one big elongated blob. And it is just something worth to see. And when I make the point that this is more of an astrological event than an astronomical one, I have a point to it, and I'm circling for a landing here to make a point. The modern astrologers who write for the newspapers and things like that are not the ones we're celebrating tonight. I agree with all of you. We don't have a whole lot of room for them. I'm talking about the ancient ones, the ones that took careful observations over thousands of years to get the orbits and positions of all of the planets and to predict when they would be conjuncting. They defined the idea of the Great Conjunction, which is an astronomical term, which takes place when Jupiter and Saturn get into conjunction. It's called a Great Conjunction. And I recall one in 1960, on September the 1st, 1960, when I went outside with my first telescope. It was a little 3.5-inch sky scope. Focused the eyepiece and looked in, and I saw this donut with a hole in it. And I thought, boy, I'm going to return this telescope. And the next few seconds, I learned a lot about telescopes. The main thing is that they have to be focused. And as I slowly moved the eyepiece towards the main mirror down, the image, the donut with the hole in the middle of it got smaller and more articulate, and suddenly or gradually became a focused image of Jupiter with 4 moons. Galileo could have felt no greater thrill than I did that night. My parents were out there, and we just had this wonderful, wonderful view of Jupiter. I've never forgotten it in all those years since then. I made two good decisions in my life. One of them was to marry Wendy. And Wendy, actually, if you could come and say hello to everybody, because I'm sure they'd all like to hear your voice for a second. And Wendy is right here. And
I am the voice of the faceless person nobody ever gets to see. I hope you're having a wonderful meeting and that you all get to see the conjunction.
thanks, Wendy.
Thanks, Wendy.
The other good decision that I made, the second one, was on the 17th of December, 1965. I began a search for comets, which continues to this night. Last night, I did not sleep. Instead, after the first session and before the second, I went outside and I did some visual comet hunting. Excuse me, sorry. I do not expect ever to find another comet, but that doesn't matter. The search is what is so important to me. I want to introduce you to a telescope that I recently purchased. This is the telescope when it's all folded up. I'm going to extend it a little bit. It's a refractor. And Wendy and I were on a cruise to see the 2006 total eclipse of the sun. Peter and Diane Jedicke were with us. And we the ship stopped at a port, a fairly large port on the east coast of Africa, about halfway down the continent. And we decided to go out and do a little shopping. And we got out, and one of the tables that had been set up there in this tent had some old telescopes. And I found this one there, and I thought, this is kind of interesting. And I asked the person how much it costs, and he said, oh, a couple $100. And I took a look at it, and I moved the draw tubes out, and I saw the words on the final draw tube, Doland, London. I was holding, for the first time in my life, a Doland refractor from the 19th century, a tribute to what telescopes were like well over a century ago. I didn't have a whole lot of cash on hand at the time. And so I asked the person selling it if he wouldn't mind if he sold it for, say, 50 or $100 or something like that. I'm not really sure what it was. And he said, sure. It's just something from somebody's old attic. And I took a deep breath, almost fell down, bought it, and then quickly left, and we reboarded the ship. Owen Gingerich from Harvard was there. He was on the cruise. He met us at the gangplank. He said, David, did I hear this right, or did you just buy a Doland refractor for $50? And last night, Wendy and I finally had first light with this telescope, and as is traditional, we looked at Jupiter and Saturn in the same field, and they're almost touching each other with this old telescope. And we're going to do it again in a couple hours, and it's going to be fun. When we think of astrology, ancient astrology, I think of William Shakespeare, the person who I had almost as great a passion for as I have for astronomy, and someone who wrote in Julius Caesar, when beggars die, there are no comets seen. The heavens themselves bring forth the death of princes. And it sort of reminds us that Shakespeare, while he really didn't follow astrology himself, he understood his audience as well, and he knew they did. So he put some reference to astrology, to the night sky, to the planets, to the sun, to the moon, to meteors, the northern lights, just about everything he could in almost every one of his plays. And I'm going to offer two quotes tonight. And one is from Romeo and Juliet. This is the only quotation that is actually on a metal plaque on the moon, right next to the remains, some of the ashes that were part of Gene Shoemaker before he passed away in a car accident 3 years after one of our comets collided with Jupiter in 1994. And the words go like this: and they beckon us to go out and look at the conjunction tonight. And they go like this: come, gentle night. Come, loving black-browed night. Give me my Romeo, and when he shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with night and pay no worship to the garish sun. The other piece of literature that I would like to quote is something I quoted earlier today, and it's my favorite poem in the English language. It is written by Gerard Manley Hopkins. It was written in 1864, and for my master's thesis, I determined that he was looking at Tempel's comet in the fall of 1864, August 1864, and he wrote the poem only 2 weeks after the comet passed close to the Earth and became rather bright. I am like a slip of comet, scarce worth discovery, in some corner seen, bridging the slender difference of two stars, come out of space or suddenly engendered by heady elements, for no one knows. But when she sights the sun, she grows and sizes and spins her skirts out, while her central star shakes its cocooning mists. And so she comes to fields of light. Millions of traveling rays pierce her. She hangs upon the flame-cased sun and sucks the light as full as Gideon's fleece. But then her tether calls her. She falls off. And as she dwindles, sheds her smock of gold amidst the sistering planets, and then goes out into the cavernous dark. So I go out. My little suite is done. I have drawn heat from this contagious sun. To not ungentle death, now forth I run. I wish you all the very best wishes of the season, and also happier holidays in years to come. And I wish you all good night and a good sky, a clear sky, so that you can go out in a couple of hours or right now or whenever it's happening and see this wonderful conjunction. And now back to you, Scotty.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, Steve. So where are we going next?
Okay, so we were hoping to show some solar imaging from Simon, but the sun moved. And
Yes, it did.
I had asked Simon just to pick up his stuff and move it, and we couldn't get it in time, and it wasn't working out. So he's going to reposition onto another target. But in the meantime, I'd like to ask Mr. David Eicher to speak with us and speak with us. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Steve. And I apologize if there's a little bit of noise in the background here. I'm having some work done on our house. So if you hear any sawing or banging, you'll know that that's what it is, and it's not infalling meteorites. But this is December 21st, is it not? I was worried I had the wrong day.
Yeah, it's the 21st.
For a moment. So we've got the right day. Well, this is exciting because this is a big event for us. And as David mentioned, maybe not so much from a professional planetary science point of view, but it's exciting for us, all of us who love the sky. We have a minimum separation in this conjunction coming up in a few minutes here of about 1/10 of a degree. That's about 6 arc minutes, or about 1/5 of the diameter of the moon between these two planets. And Scott, you showed one of Chris Go's great images earlier of the two in the same field. There's a phenomenal image also from Damian Peach that has made the rounds today that is just incredible. So this is really a rare event. This is the closest, as David mentioned, since 1623. the closest approach of the two planets since Galileo was under house imprisonment, which is we can all relate to after the year 2020. But that was relatively close to the sun, as David mentioned as well. So in a dark sky to see the two planets, which are really part of the trio of the greatest planets that we love as observers, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars, you have to go back to March 4th, 1226 to have seen these two planets this close in a dark sky, as some of you are seeing tonight. And I hope right now, and just in a little while here, we're going to have the closest approach of this conjunction. I, however, am near Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the magazine is. So this is not one of the 17 clear nights in Milwaukee of the year. So it's cloudy here. So instead of going out and preparing a telescope to look at this event, I looked a little bit back in time this afternoon, and I thought, well, we've had a really, really hard year this year. It's been very stressful on people, but it hasn't been quite as hard as it was in the 13th century. And so I thought I'd just for a moment give us a little bit of perspective and talk about, well, what was going on the last time these two planets were really this close together in a dark sky in our world, on our little planet Earth. So, one of the major events of that period, that spring of 1226, was the founding of the Mongol Empire by Genghis Khan. And as George Carlin liked to say, if you ever want to remember what a silly word lifestyle is, just remember in a technical sense, Genghis Khan had an active outdoor lifestyle.
Yes, he did.
Just a little context there for you. But seriously, it was a troubled world at that point. There were battles going on all over Europe and Asia between governments and city-states. It was a messy, very bad time in our history of invasions of empires against each other, the rise of various kings, religions combating each other in nearly every nook and cranny of the world with full-blown crusades going on as well. Interestingly, historians believe at the Native American settlement of Cahokia near St. Louis, the population at that time equaled that of London, England, which is pretty astonishing. Well, what happened during that year, during that strange time when not too many people were looking up? Certainly no one was with a telescope. At that point? Well, in England, King John signed the Magna Carta, and there was a sort of a glimmer of hope for the future of some kind of self-representation apart from a monarchy. Who were the significant people of that century? Just a sort of a cast of characters here. Well, Cimabue was around during that century. He was the Florentine painter who would sort of turn art from a Byzantine cartoonish representation of things to more reality and depth, and be the teacher of Raphael, and therefore help to spark the Renaissance. Dante Alighieri was around in Florence, the writer who would unleash his Inferno, of course, as part of the Divine Comedy. Italy gets a lot of press here. Fibonacci, the Italian mathematician who devised the Fibonacci sequence, of course, of each number following the sum of the two preceding ones. Marco Polo, the Venetian trader and explorer, and Thomas Aquinas, the Neapolitan Catholic friar and theologian. So this was really a pretty dark time of conflict and of terror, and just a glimmer of art and science beginning to raise their heads out of this dark period on our planet. Well, back to planets, other planets than ours. The magnitudes right now, of course, of Jupiter. Jupiter is about -2 magnitude. It's about 33 arc seconds across the disk of Jupiter. Saturn is at about 1.4 magnitude, so it's vastly fainter. The disk is 15 arc seconds across, although the rings are just, of course, a smidge larger than Jupiter's disk at 35 arc seconds. You probably can't see this. Let me try.
Yeah, we can see. We can see.
If you were clever enough to have subscribed to Astronomy Magazine, you could see that the many satellites of Jupiter and Saturn are potentially visible to you right now in the same field of view as the two planets, of course, as well. The 4 Galilean satellites of Jupiter being quite easy, and of course Titan, the largest and brightest satellite moon of Jupiter, of Saturn, being pretty readily visible as well. Well, in terms of distances, Jupiter right now is about 886 million kilometers from us. Saturn, of course, is a deep background object, so this is one of these many events that we get as a depth of field exercise. It's about 1.62 billion kilometers away, almost twice as far away. And starting at 7:04 p.m. Eastern Time, in about a half an hour, there'll be a nice transit of Ganymede across Jupiter for those who are watching telescopically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can look backwards in time and be a little bit downtrodden about what a long journey we've had as a civilization. Whereas, Jerry Seinfeld said, we're trying to have a civilization here, people. Well, finally, it slowly makes progress and we stop fighting and learn what's really going on in the universe. But looking forward, we've got really, really exciting times in the future relating to Jupiter and Saturn. Of course, the Galileo and Juno missions at Jupiter, the Cassini mission at Saturn have really written the book on understanding everything that we know about these planets. We know that we're in a nice time right now as far as Saturn goes, because the rings of Saturn, which are countless pieces of ice from tiny fragments up to about the size of houses, will not be there forever, orbiting the planet. In maybe another 200 to 300 million years, the rings will be gone. But we also think perhaps before then we'll get the American Congress and other politicians interested in science and fund some more missions, and we'll have some exciting times going out and especially looking at these moons. Ganymede, Io, Europa, Callisto, Titan at Saturn, and certainly Enceladus and Iapetus in the Saturnian system as well. And we've got a whole cadre of the largest moons there that may offer lots of possibilities for microbial life, perhaps even existing in briny subsurface oceans in our solar system, let alone trying to detect life elsewhere far off in the universe. So let's hope that we can use this as an inspiring event for those of us who can see the sky clearly, and push onward and get excited about some outer moon missions in the future to these worlds. Those are my thoughts on this, not having a clear sky tonight. So thank you, Steve, so much. And thanks, Scott, as always, for letting me ramble on a bit.
I loved it. Yeah, so
Thank
it
you,
did
Dave.
sound like it was a very nice time in the 1200s, right? I mean,
Well, they say
they're
that talk about the
each
good.
other.
They talk about the good old days all the
good
time.
old
Trust
days,
me,
right?
this is much more comfortable now than the 13th century. No doubt about it.
You
Okay.
don't have any Huns trying to burn down your house, right? So
There were no good old days. The good days are now, I think.
I might add that the conjunction in the 1200s probably might have coincided about the time of the Magna Carta.
Yes,
So we're
that's
seeing
right.
something that really hasn't been seen since the Magna Carta. One wonders what beautiful documents will be produced as a result of this conjunction.
That is a very interesting comment, David. That's terrific.
yes, wonderful. So let's see.
Does anyone have a live view that we can see right now before we bring on Tim? Tim, it's nice for you to join us.
Yeah, well, it's nice to see something because right now I'm just looking at clouds.
Ah, okay. Okay. For those of you who don't know, Tim Yarosky, he's better known as online as a live sky guy. All right.
Living
and
sky.
is living sky. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because Saskatchewan's the land of living skies.
Yes. I've been up for a very long time. So.
I figured as much. Yeah, I saw you this morning at 5.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah.
And you're in Saskatoon, is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
And I've been there more than once. And
well, why didn't you stop and say hi?
it was a previous life, and I don't like to talk about it. But Tim's dedication to cold weather astronomy from Paris to Prairies inspires many fans. He also films and records Astro Me Time videos that are available on the Rask YouTube channel. And Tim will be sharing with us his experience in cold weather astronomy in the frozen Canadian prairies, which technically you can say is almost anywhere in Canada right now. So Tim, I'm going to turn it to you.
Fantastic. Well, I realize for those of you north of the 49th, I'm preaching to the choir here, but I'm speaking more to you people who are sitting there who can do astronomy in December in your shirt sleeves. First off, to give you an idea where Saskatchewan is, basically, if you can find a cold center of the planet, that's it. Well, not really, but Saskatchewan is right in the heart of the prairies. We actually call it the Paris of the prairies. And yes, sometimes it does get cold in Paris too, but not quite as cold here. Saskatchewan's a lovely little city, about 200,000 people. We've got more bridges than highways, and we've got beautiful access to dark skies. And the advantage that we have here is from where I'm standing right now, I'm about probably a 10-minute drive from my house, and I'm out in the middle of the prairie, and I do live in the city, but I can normally expect about a 40-minute drive out of town, and I'll get a fairly decent dark sky. But the thing is right now, of course, we're on the first day of winter. It's the solstice, so it's the shortest day. So for astronomers, this is heaven. Okay, as you all know, we've got a nice long dark nights. The problem that we have in Saskatchewan is they have a tendency of being cold as well. And anyone from the northern colder parts of Canada, we're at latitude of about 51 degrees. So normally, this is actually right now my warm weather gear. Right now, as you can see, I got my beaver fur hat on here, which keeps my brain from freezing up. I've got my light gloves on today. But normally, if it's getting colder, like today, it's only about -5, maybe -5 Celsius, but there's a bit of a breeze blowing across me right now. So normally when I'm observing, I'm going to have a pair of light gloves on that have the ability to be able to use touch screens while I'm with those gloves on, and I'll put the very large and very warm downfilled mitts over top of those. Now, right now, I'm just wearing essentially just a t-shirt and a shirt underneath here, but that's not my normal gear. Normally, I'll be wearing, in a typical night, I'm going to have this full body skidoo suit on and my down-filled jacket on. Dressing in layers, of course, is the key for winter astronomy. The other thing is, the hardest part is, of course, keeping your feet warm. And that's where these come into play. These ones here, you're kind of like Frankenstein when you're wearing them. They have absolutely no give whatsoever, but what they do give you is warm feet. These ones are good to -102 Celsius. So I'm not sure where I'd be able to walk in these, but I know they work great in Saskatchewan. And I'll also throw some foot warmers inside those as well. And the other issue, because for me, my specialty is astrophotography. I'm not an observational astronomer. I like to photograph. So of course, the biggest issue dealing in the wintertime is not so much the cameras freezing up, but it's the batteries freezing up. I shoot with mirrorless bodies. Mirrorless bodies are notoriously bad at battery power, as opposed to a DSLR, but I like my mirrorless cameras. So what that means, on a normal daytime shoot, I'll go out with a couple of batteries. If I'm doing astrophotography and I'm doing it at night in the winter, I'm basically multiplying the number of batteries by 4 if I want to get through the night. There was, if you all remember the lunar eclipse at the end of January a couple of years ago, up here that particular night or morning, it was minus 30 degrees Celsius, plus the traffic's gotten big. I'm out in the middle of nowhere and everyone's driven out here so they can see it. I'm just turning around. Yeah, there's still no planets popping up. But that particular night, I was changing batteries every 10 minutes to be able to photograph the 3.5 hours of that eclipse. So you learn to pack for the weather, most definitely. But what the payoff is, those beautiful dark skies. And I mean, for me, a 40-minute drive out of Saskatoon, and I've got beautiful skies. If I spend a couple hours driving, it's like I've left the planet. It's absolutely gorgeous. And that's one of the reasons why I love being out here in the prairie. And the other plus part of it is there's no pesky mountains in the way. Sometimes there's a bluff of trees in your way, but for the most part, the place is nice and flat. The place is nice and clear, and it's absolutely gorgeous. You could not pick a better spot for astronomy until you hit summer. And then what happens in summer, basically for about a month in the middle of summer, you pretty much write off any astronomy because we just don't get a good astronomical dark. At the latitude we're at 51 degrees, you'll go out at midnight and you can still read a newspaper in the backyard, and that's with no moon. Throw a moon into it, unless you're a lunar observer, well, I guess forget it. But basically, what I wanted to say, leave you with is, there's a lot of them. This road literally had no traffic in it an hour ago. And now it's like I'm on a highway because everyone's coming out to try to capture the conjunction. So anyways, so what I want to leave you with is, yes, I envy you in those people in those warm climates, but there's something to be said for being out in the middle of the prairie when you can hear the air crackling, it's so cold, and you hear the coyotes in the distance and you hear the owls. And I even had one time where a moose walked up literally from here to the other side of the road and just sort of stared at me for about 5 minutes and decided I wasn't worth the trouble. But what I'd say is, I hope wherever you are, you've got some clear skies. And the next time you're out and you're out there in shirt sleeves in December, just remember that there's people in other areas that are putting in just a little bit more thought into their clothing, but having just as much fun as you are. And on that happy note, that's what I'll leave you with, unless anyone's got any questions.
Thank you, Tim. I hope you remain warm while you're out there, and that you get a bit of a break with the clouds. Yeah. To make your trouble worth it to be out in the cold.
Before we get too much further, I did want to give kind of a shout out to David Levy, who is who has written his autobiography, and this is A Night Watchman's Journey. It's a fascinating read about David's life and his adventures and his trials and tribulations and his triumphs. And so I do recommend this book. Another book that I recommend is Galaxies Inside the Universe's Star Cities, and this is written by David Eicher. It's not his latest effort, but fantastic read with some incredible images that you'll definitely want to check out. So, and I'll give it back to you, Steve, but I did want to pass that along.
Thanks, Scott. I have the Galaxies book.
Me too.
And it's signed. But before we move on, does anyone have a live shot from their telescope that they would like to bring online?
We should have in a few minutes when we plug into Arizona.
Okay, I'm gonna move on then to Kathy and David Chapman, and go from there. a bit of an introduction, right? The Mi'kmaq Moons Project has been carried out by 2 independent, highly motivated and experienced volunteers. Kathy LeBlanc is an Aboriginal specialist in Native Studies with experience in cultural outreach programming, and Dave Chapman is a longtime member and fellow of the RASC. The partnership has advanced their knowledge and understanding through applying the method of 2-eyed seeing, whereby traditional Aboriginal knowledge and conventional science each guide the other towards the unified appreciation of the subject matter. All right, tonight, Kathy and Dave will be sharing a bit about their joint project, the Mi'kmaq Moons Project. Kathy and Dave, I'm going to turn it to you.
Okay, well, I'll start off, I guess. I hope Kathy's there somewheres. So thank you very much for that kind introduction. And also thank you so much for including us in this evening. We're coming to you from Nova Scotia. I'm in Halifax and Kathy is near Bridgewater, Nova Scotia. Kathy and I met 10 years ago when she was a cultural interpreter at Kijimkujik National Park and National Historic Site. And I, as a member of the RASC Halifax Center, was assisting Kijimkujik with setting up a dark sky preserve, which took place around in 2010. But Kathy and I started working together more closely a few years later. And at first we were only going to do a joint presentation for a group on the moon. But one thing led to another, and we started doing lots of presentations together. We wrote an essay, an award-winning essay that was published in the Griffith Observer. We've done some videos. A lot of our material is sort of all ages. So we've done quite a lot in the project. And what we would like to do tonight, very briefly, is just to give you an example of what we mean by 2-eyed seeing. So I hope you're seeing the shared screen.
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, thank you very much. So the Mi'kmaq Moons Project, where you can find us is in 2 places. The main place is on the Facebook. We're a page on Facebook. We also have a YouTube channel where we've got some language videos and a few other things that are of interest. So just go to those places and type in Mi'kmaq Moons and you will find us quickly enough. So the 2-eyed seeing way of looking at things, it's really taking the best of conventional science and combining that's one eye, and combining that with the eye of indigenous knowledge, and through that to get sort of a unified view of the cosmos, or well, science in general, but in our case, it's about the Mi'kmaq moons. And so what we would like to do is we would like to talk about the chief moon time, which is the moon time we're in right now, and demonstrate to you how 2-eyed seeing works in practice. And so what I'll do now is I'll turn over the screen to Kathy, who's going to read you a traditional story. Kathy,
Thank you, Dave.
there? Okay.
Yeah, can you see and hear me?
You look great.
Oh, good. First, I wanted to say that I was inspired by the introduction to say that my people, Mi'kmaq people who have been here for over 13,000 years, use the phases of the moon and what's happening in nature to tell a passage of time. So this is one of the stories that has been passed down through generations, and I would like to share it with all of you. So this story is called Moon Chief. Long ago, in the old times, there was a man who could no longer go hunting. When he was young, he was a great hunter, and there were always food in his wigwam. Now that he was old and weary and could not hunt, he and his wife were often hungry. One winter, they had very little to eat, and at last, one cold night, There was nothing left, not even an old moccasin that he could chew. The old man knew that they could not live much longer. He said to his wife, "Look out the door and see if Moonchief is out tonight." The old woman crawled to the door and lifted the flap. "Yes, Moonchief is out," she told her husband. The old man crept outside the wigwam and stood in the deep snow. He looked up at the moon. "My friend, how are you tonight? We in our wigwam are not very well off. My wife and I have no food. In the old days, you remember, I was a good hunter. I killed the moose and the caribou and chased them through the deep snow. Now I am old and cannot hunt as I used to. Will you help me, Moonchief? Send a moose here to my door." The old woman heard him talking. She called out to him, "What are you saying out there in the dark?" The old man told her, "I am asking Moonchief to send a moose to our door." Early the next morning, the old woman went to the door and looked out. Lying in a snowbank beside the wigwam was a big moose. She called out to the old man, "Wake up, wake up. Moonchief has sent us a moose." The old man awoke, took his bow and arrow, and killed the moose caught in the snow that lay against the wigwam. So it was in the old days, if a man asked Moonchief for the things he needed, believing that Moonchief would give him what he asked for, to say, "I will try, Moonchief, see if he won't send a moose," will not do. Only if you feel you are bound to get what you ask for, will Moonchief send you whatever you need.
Thanks very much, Kathy. Never get tired of hearing that story from you. So for the others, the way that two-eyed seeing works is, so there's a story that involves the moon and something going on in the sky. And so at first it's not clear exactly what the astronomy content is, and it took me a while to figure this out. So, but I did figure it out, and with the help of some research and some modeling. So I would like to talk to you about what is going on in the sky at this time of year around the solstice. Now I'm going to share my screen again. And advance. So as we know, at the summer solstice, the sun is high in the sky, and it reaches its highest point in the sky at solar noon, which means at the winter solstice, if there's a full moon near the winter solstice, it's going to be doing the opposite of what the sun is doing. When the sun sets, the moon rises. When the sun rises, the moon sets. If the sun is low in the sky, the moon is going to be high in the sky. And the point on this chart in front of you here, I've got a circle which represents about 30 degrees in the sky, which is about how much the moon would travel between one full moon and the next. And it's centered on the spot where the sun would be at noon at the summer solstice. And for those of you who are really into astronomy, if you want to find that on a chart, that's near the star 1 Geminorum, the center of that circle. So what I've got here is I've shown the position of the coming full moon on December 29th, and you can see that it hits within that circle. So it's in that general area, which is at the opposite to the sun at the winter solstice. And it's in an area sort of between Gemini and Taurus, above Orion and below Auriga. And this is just by the way, but it's inside the winter hexagon formed by the bright stars in the winter sky. And so the thing about the chief moon, which is the one that occurs at this time of year, is that it's the highest one of all of the year, or the highest full moon of the whole year. all of the other moons in the Mi'kmaq tradition relate to earthly things, about animals on Earth or trees or vegetation, frogs croaking. But the chief moon, for some reason, it doesn't relate to anything on Earth. It's something very celestial. And it always was of interest to me that it was so different. But when you realize that it has this special place in the sky, then you start to see why it's important. And not only is it highest in the sky at this time, but it's also longest in the sky of all the full moons. So from moonrise to moonset is about 16 hours. So you've got 16 hours of moonlight. And it's a very dark time of year when you consider the sun. But if you have the full moon during this time of year, you get this additional light at night. Coupled with the snow on the ground, you actually have quite good lighting. And the Mi'kmaq used to hunt during the winter, and they would use the full moon to help them hunt. And they would hunt moose, and they would hunt moose in the snow, and the snow would slow the moose down. They couldn't move as quickly. And so now you kind of understand the story of the moon chief. They're appealing to the spirit of the moon at this time of year to bring them a moose. And what better moon to appeal to than the chief moon, the one which is highest and longest in the sky. And I just want to show you two more examples of this. Now, the moon has its own cycle, and it's not exactly in synchronization with the sun. So you don't necessarily have a full moon on the 21st of December every year. But I'm just going to show you a couple of other examples. Sometimes you get a full moon at the beginning of December, and that'll happen in 2022. And you can see it's over to the west of that circle. And then at other times, you'll get a moon on the other side, which is early in January. And then all other years, you have moons somewhere in between, but they're always within that circle of about 30 degrees. So you will always find the chief moon in that general area. So that's really what we were going to hope to convey tonight, is to tell you this story of the moon chief and the astronomy that's associated with it, and to demonstrate what we mean by two-eyed seeing. So I'd just like to end by saying, again, you can find us on Mi'kmaq Moons, on Facebook and on YouTube. And we're no longer just moons anymore. We're also hosting another side story called Moon and the Seven Bird Hunters on our YouTube channel, which is a very nice story which involves the stars of Ursa Major and Bootes. If you have 20 minutes or so to watch those videos, I think you'd find them very instructive. So thank you for your time. And if there is any time for questions, we'd be happy to field them.
Thank you, Dave. That's great.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Kathy. Do we have any questions from the comment section, Scott?
Just people are getting set up to view the conjunction. Right now, they're kind of preoccupied with that. Perhaps we have some live images at this point as well.
Yes, I believe Caesar, you had a live view that you were able to show us.
Hi everyone. Yes, I have the few minutes more of live view. Let me share screen now.
It looks like also that Alain Maury has a live view as well, so we'll want to bounce back and forth.
Yes, if you are watching.
Oh wow, there you go.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. Oh boy, I can see it. Nice.
Yes. It's maybe at 15 degrees over the horizon, but we can. It's amazing because we can see all details.
Nice work.
Yes, it's nice. It's nice
Yeah,
because
it
we are
really is.
at 126 meters
Mm-hmm.
or below over, sorry, sea level. And this was have this make more advantage over see this or watching this over the surface. Here we have a much better seeing conditions.
Yeah,
But of
that's
course,
nice, man. That's
yes,
really
Right?
cool.
yeah.
That's great. Wonderful.
And the view, the live view, the view at that naked eyes is amazing because it's totally easy to see both planets. It's amazing, but it's impossible to share this because it's only with the eyes.
Yes, the visual view is the best. That's true.
Yes.
I think
I'm
Alain
really glad.
also has
Yes.
a live view
Yes.
right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really glad that we're able to get some live views because I haven't been able to see anything other than clouds for the past week.
Yes, we are really we are lucky to have a very clear horizon area, and well, it's nice. It's nice. Enjoy the view.
Yeah, it's excellent. Looks like Simon's got something going over there too.
Yes, we are enjoying with people that coming to the rooftop, my neighbors, and came to watch the both planets.
That's great.
Just great.
Yeah.
Simon, do you have a similar live view as well?
I do actually. This is obviously. Oh, is he still doing the screen share? Yes. Or we might have to turn the screen share off.
Here, I'll get it.
Do you like? Yes, I can stop share.
There we go.
Simon have maybe the same view.
Yeah, I pretty much have the same view. The only difference here is, as you can see, it is still broad daylight. It is still pretty bright out there. I can't visually see it, but that's what we're seeing right now. And there is actually detail discernible. We can see, we can see there's bands on Jupiter. You can clearly see the rings of Saturn. The moons won't come up yet for me because it is just too damn bright right now.
Share your screen so we can really see it.
Oh, that's right. Let's do a screen share.
Yes.
Details.
So
ready, pick that perfect thing.
There we go.
Daylight, broad daylight. That is really cool.
That's incredible. Really,
Yeah,
broad daylight.
I mean, if like I said, if I could swing the camera around so you guys can see outside, so I'm going to try and do that right now.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Let me just bring the exposure down a little bit. You can see outside. It is just, it's all blown out because it is daytime. So it's, like we did last time. It's proof that you can see the planets during the day.
Simon, are you using any kind of filter or anything at all like that?
No filters. This is just the 2X PowerMate, Barlow, whatever you want to call these things, with a million extension tubes.
I see.
And
it's
then
pretty impressive. We can see some banding on Jupiter. Definitely see the rings around Saturn.
I think in about an hour's time, the red spot should show up. I mean, that's probably wishful thinking, but who knows?
We saw it this morning.
Yeah, this morning we had a great view of it.
Oh, how many hours ago was that? Be specific. Oh, over 12 hours. Then it's gone then.
Yeah, 14 hours.
Oh, so we probably already missed it then. It's probably already gone then. Because it's
9 hours and 56 minutes.
Right, so unless you want to wait around for another 6 hours, we won't see it again.
I won't be awake then.
I'll still be awake, except I'll lose it by then because it'll be long since down over the horizon.
Yep.
But I will show you guys this real fast. We were looking at the sun. That is actually the sunspot that I was looking at earlier on today. So I did a process of it just so you guys can at least see something going on for those people who love looking at the sun.
Great image.
Right, I'm going to stop the share.
Okay, thank you, Simon.
Nice work.
Okay, well, let's keep things moving. Scott.
I have a real-time live view if you want.
Oh, okay.
How do I do that?
Down at the bottom, you'll see a green share button.
Okay, there it is. So it's a black and white camera. The telescope is not made for color.
Very nice.
Y luego está en Asia.
If you go here,
Asia.
then you can see some details in
Asia.
Jupiter, but then you can't see Saturn. Here you can see both.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Excellent.
If you expose more, in theory, you got the satellites. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the seeing looks really good.
Wait, no, it's not very good. The thing is, I went because I didn't find it automatically, and there was one cloud just in front of the of Jupiter and Saturn. Then it went away. But I went to look through the 45-inch, and it was really nice because you can see a lot of details on Jupiter and so on and so on. So this is a 10-inch Richer Chrétien with a SVO 1600 camera. It's only using 50% because, well, it's a lot of pixels. So anyway, yeah, it's kind of cute to see that. So we showed it to my granddaughter, knowing that she will see it in 2040. I hope I'll see it in 2040. 2060, I don't think so. 2080, she might see it. So it's kind of a good thing to pass from generation to generation. By the way, one thing that has not been mentioned is that the 2040 grand conjunction is not really interesting. It occurs like on the 1st of October. What you will want to look is the 8th of September, because the 8th of September 2040, in a circle about 9 degrees wide, you'll have the whole solar system. You will have Mercury, Venus, the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn in a circle like that, of course, at sunset. So that's something to look for. I think it will be much more interesting that the conjunction that will be 1 degree and 16 minutes apart. But this one is kind of cool. Also outside, it's kind of nice to photograph and so on. So yeah, that's what we can see from Chile.
How about Jack Newton? Does Jack have live image at this point?
Yeah, I need to just actually sign into and open up the roof of my robotic telescope in Arizona.
Okay.
I'm stuck in Canada, of course. Do I need to share my screen here? Does that help?
That would help.
And then I need what I'm doing here.
You know, Scott, one of these fun astronomical facts that I was looking up was an eclipse with a planet having a transit at the same time.
Yeah.
And I did find one, strangely enough, but it doesn't happen until 14,000 years. And I think it was Venus. Yeah, so there'll be
a while. I don't think that, our audience will wait that long.
You never know, that somebody could come up with some crazy thing to implant our brains into something, and 14,000 years.
Excuse me of saying, God, Scott, it took 14,000 years for you to do this. So, yeah.
So yeah, I did look that one up. Is an eclipse with a Venus transit is 14,000 years.
Yeah. Clearlight 58 was saying was able to see the rings and and that Jupiter was not white. Had better luck with the moons 2 nights ago, but the fact that it cleared up just in time and then closed up right before they set. It was very special.
So we
It
just,
is magical to visually observe this thing. It is great.
so I'm just opening the roof of the observatory in Arizona.
Okay.
You can see the telescope is sitting in its native park position. But what I'm going to do is close the, well, I can leave the internal camera on now. And
Are you trying to share your screen right now, or
yeah, are
not
you-
sharing it yet?
okay, I hit shared screen.
You have to share. You have to pick the one that you want to share, and then you have to confirm that you're sharing.
Oh, okay. Maybe if I bring this down, does that help?
I'll tell you when you start.
If I hit share here,
Share. Okay, now you're starting to share. Yeah.
okay,
There we go. Okay, now what we see is the star map.
yeah, okay, I need to move this over. And we'll go to here. This is the plane wave mount, and we're going to and then what I'm doing is opening up the. I'm going to home the mount. If you watch the mount, you'll see it go into its home position.
All right, I see that.
And then as soon as it's
It moves pretty
stabilized,
quick.
I'm going to now send it down to Jupiter. I might just mention I'm an RASC Life member. I'm past president of the Winnipeg Center, Toronto Center, and the Victoria Center for the RASC group. So what I've gone to the telescope's now pointing at Jupiter, I believe. Hang on. And if we, there it goes to Jupiter. Hopefully it'll still be above the horizon here. And I'll just take a quick exposure.
Jack, while you're doing that, I'm the current president of the RESC. When I'm past president, will I get an observatory in Arizona too?
Well, if you marry the right woman, you will.
That ship has sailed.
Hang on here. I just want to find out whether I've got a.
Robin, I was talking to Colin Haig. I talk to him quite frequently, actually. Another past president of RASC.
Yes, indeed. And Chris Gaynor's here. He's the current past president.
I've got a horrible feeling that this is the edge of the wall of the observatory, and I may have missed my window here. But I'm afraid.
What's that?
I think it's unfortunately it's gone too far over, and it's out of my view now from my telescope in Arizona. So that's unfortunate, but it is incredible in these days of electronics to be able to be sitting here in a snowstorm in Soyuz, British Columbia, and open up my my telescope. I can just confirm that quickly by my. Reduce that. And I'm just going to pick another object up here and send the telescope to it. If go to the square in Pegasus here and send the telescope there and just do a quick shot and see if
That mountain slews very quickly.
yeah, it does. Any point in the sky in about 4 seconds.
Jeez.
And there it is. Oh. So that's what's happened. It's I'm certainly it's still daylight there, but it's moved out of my view. But I can shoot with the this is an H alpha filter, and it's very forgiving. When I'm doing deep sky photography, I can take 6-minute shots with a full moon in the sky, and the full moon just doesn't interfere at all. And so anyhow, that is robotic in Arizona, but unfortunately our targets have left the vicinity here. Anybody have any question?
There was just some comments about how quickly the mound is moving, and but no questions.
Yeah, it does. The plane wave is just an incredible instrument, and but this is in the Arizona Sky Village, and we have about 35 telescopes in the village now, and the properties, of course, have been sold out for years, but it's quite a project, and we've got a lot of happy astronomers there.
Okay. So perhaps someone else has got still has a view of the live view of the conjunction. What do you think, Steve?
Well, I think unless anybody has a view, because it's probably going to start setting quite rapidly for most people. If no one else has a view that they can share, I was going to ask Mark and Peter to present to us.
Scott, I got one here at headquarters if you want to.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
oh, yeah.
Great.
This is Arkansas.
Yep. Well, the problem, let me see here. I got to find my picture. Okay. So that's going through the Losmandy G11 with, I know that the glare is not helping at all with those lights.
Okay.
But
here, let's,
there's you. And we got an 8-inch mead sitting over here with Kent, if anybody wants to come down and look for visually, wants to look at it.
It's not a bad view.
No, it's not a bad view at all. I'm just trying to mess with the exposures a little bit to kind of get more detail as far as the Jupiter. I can't turn the gain up too much or I'm going to blow it out exponentially.
Right.
But there's a live view with a 102.
That's great.
So
that's awesome.
You're doing this with Zoom on your phone, is that right?
Correct. I'm doing it to Zoom on the phone.
We couldn't get enough internet power out there to really to do this.
I got enough on my phone. We're good to go.
That's
good
awesome.
To go. And there's Kent over there looking at, but as you can see kind of in the distance, that's where it is, right there.
Right.
So,
I see it.
and we're looking at the G11 here. So we got some views out here. So we're good to go.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Thanks, Tyler. Well, I'm going to call on Mark and Peter. Mark and Peter are members of the RASC London Center. Mark is also a member of the RASC History Committee and has been hosting monthly webinars on the RASC YouTube channel. Librarian Beatrice W. Welling assembled a treasury of astronomical poetry in 1943, inspired by her experiences at the Cronin Observatory in London, Ontario. However, the manuscript was lost, and Mark and Peter will be sharing a little bit about Beatrice's life, as well as their experiences bringing a lost and accidentally rediscovered manuscript to life, and excerpts of the manuscript that have now been prepared for publication. Mark and Peter, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Are you able to see the screen with the cosmic calendar on it? I need to check that out in terms of the screen share.
Yes.
And is it showing my speaker's notes, or is it actually showing the screen share?
It's showing the screen share.
It's showing the screen share with the cover there. Okay, fantastic. So I love the question that David asked earlier about the kinds of literary creations that the present conjunction might inspire in the future. That was very exciting. And so here tonight, we look a little bit back in time to some of the literary creations of previous centuries. This is a sneak preview of a book project that I've been cooking up in my secret lab, which is a picture book of poetry about the night sky, which will come out in 2021. And my role in this project was to select astronomical art from previous centuries to resonate with each of the poems. I decided right away that there wasn't going to be any nudity in this book. And although you wouldn't think it, that is surprisingly hard to achieve for an art book about astronomical poetry. If you search for images of the mythological Venus, how many examples do you think you will find that are fully clothed? Answer, almost none. The current version of Wikipedia is clear on this point. The goddess Venus is usually depicted nude in paintings. This is why within the covers of this book, you will find gorgeous images of the transits of Venus or the topography of Mars, but not the topography of Roman goddesses or gods. You will, however, learn about Elizabeth I, the Virgin Queen, being identified in her lifetime with Diana, the huntress. This may have had something to do with Elizabeth I's vaunted chastity, but may also have alluded to Her Majesty's tendency towards executing those who displeased her. Ben Jonson, on page 62, entreats the Queen to not let her axe fall on him. And I'm going to throw this over to Peter Jedicke here to read Ben Jonson's Hymn to Diana.
Thank you very much, Mark. It's my pleasure to participate in this and to give a reading of one of my favorite poems from your new book that's coming out. Hymn to Diana, queen and huntress, chaste and fair. Now the sun is laid to sleep. Seated in thy silver chair, state and wonted manner keep. Hesperus entreats thy light, goddess excellently bright. Earth, let not thy envious shade dare itself to interpose. Cynthia's shining orb was made, heaven to clear when day did close. Bless us then with wished sight, goddess excellently bright. Lay thy bow of pearl apart, and thy crystal shining quiver. Give unto the flying heart
A whole bunch of people.
space to breathe, how short soever. Thou that makest a day of night, goddess excellently bright.
Ben Jonson's great rival, thank you, Peter, that was wonderful. As a poet and playwright was, of course, William Shakespeare. And no book of astronomical poetry would be complete, as David Levy will attest, without gems from the bard. And so I'm wondering if I could ask you, David, to read a speech, which I know is one of your absolute favorites, from William Shakespeare. And I'm also cueing, I know, one of your favorite illustrations here to go along with it.
Oh, thanks. Thanks so much.
What about mine?
Mark. Mark asked me a few minutes ago if I wouldn't mind quoting from Hamlet. And so I'm going to quote my favorite line from my favorite passage from Hamlet. And I think a lot of you will remember it, having seen it on Star Trek, where Patrick Stewart, having an argument with the Q character, he said, and Patrick Stewart says, what Shakespeare says with irony, I say with conviction. And then he goes into this. This most excellent canopy, the air. Look you, this brave or hanging firmament, this majestical roof, fretted with golden fire. What a piece of work is a man, how noble in reason, how infinite in faculties, in form and moving, how express and admirable, in action, how like an angel, in apprehension, like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals, and yet to me, what is this quintessence of dust? When I read that wonderful, wonderful passage, I think of all of the screw ups that humanity manages to make, certainly in the last few years, all over the world. And this same species can get together tonight on the solstice, look up at the night sky in wonder and amazement as we see the great conjunction on the solstice. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for letting me do this.
Thank you, David. It was a treat. David was kind enough to write the foreword to this book. And so it's been great fun doing some back and forth with him about that. And I wanted to tell you just a little bit about how this book started with Peter Jedicke and with Beatrice Welling. So Beatrice Welling wrote the manuscript for this, or really compiled the manuscript for this back in 1944, inspired by a visit to her university observatory. And she's a remarkable woman. She co-wrote the first book on library science published in Canada, which went through 3 editions with Pittman in Toronto. So it's a prestigious press. And I managed just in the last couple of weeks to find what is probably the last copy of this in North America, Library Science for Canadians. But what this means is that finding textual treasures is Beatrice Welling's superpower. And so she sent this manuscript to the observatory. And you can see here the actual manuscript. And it was received by the observatory director, probably put into the Rask London Center archives, and then lost for 75 years. And then last year, Peter Jedicke, fellow of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, found the manuscript and came into the observatory one day and said to me, "Here, Mark, do something with this." So I did. And so this book is the result of a collaboration with someone who died in the 1950s. She pulled together all of these poems, and I attempted to bring an illustration to the table for every poem in the book. So on every page where you have a poem, there is wonderful astronomical art from previous centuries available there. And Beatrice Welling also, I should mention, had her feet very firmly planted in both the arts and the sciences. She won a gold medal for her undergraduate essay on the role of women in English literature. And she served as librarian for the predecessor organization of the National Research Council of Canada. That was one of her first postings as a professional librarian. So she had exactly the right kind of brain to be thinking about this problem. Now, poets, as it turns out, love antique constellation names. The asterism that we think of as the Big Dipper, which you can see here in this graphic, for example, was once thought of as a wagon rather than as a dipper. Can you see that? Can you see how that would have been conceptualized that way?
Oh, yeah.
Charles's wagon, it was called, or Charles's wain. Perhaps due to the similarity in sound, Charles's wain was later retconned to be associated with Charlemagne. Charles's wain, Charlemagne? Maybe. We danced about the maypole in the hazel copse till Charles's wain came out above the tall white chimney tops. In designing this book and in selecting the illustrations accompanying these poems, I attempted to produce a volume that surely would have delighted Beatrice Welling and which I hope will delight the reader as well. I will leave you with a few more lines from Shakespeare to enhance your contemplation of the great conjunction this evening. Look you, how the floor of heaven is thick inlaid with patines of bright gold. There's not the smallest orb which thou beholdst, but in his motion like an angel sings, still querying to the young-eyed cherubins. Thank you very much. It is such a treat to share the evening of the great conjunction with so many fellow travelers. And so back to you, Steve.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Peter. Greatly appreciate that. Scott, what do
Yes.
you think? Should we take a small break?
Yeah, we'll take a short break, and then afterwards we'll come back with the Astronomical League. We have some door prizes to give away, and some winners to announce. And so I'll take it over from here, and we'll continue on with our 27th Global Star Party, the Great Conjunction. So.
Scott, I can leave up my live image of the planets if you want.
Oh, that's great.
That would be cool.
Let's just do that. Let's run that for.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Take about a 10-minute break for that.
All right, so that's the screen share. So I'll just leave it up and I'll just adjust as it drifts away because I didn't actually polar align today.
Sounds good. Wonderful.
I'm waiting for darkness here.
Molly, how are you?
Got my gear all set up outside here. Hopefully my internet connection holds.
Very good.
I have to remember to put an eyepiece on there. I have to remember.
Right. Right. Okay. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes. I had to go out and look at it visually too. It was beautiful.
I can't see anything still. I just got a big pile of blue sky. One of the moons has started to show up a little bit. If I kind of pull the exposure, well, I can just dump the gain up a bit probably. It is
It's
coming in.
amazing that you're getting the image that you're getting with your scope.
Hey, man, you could get the same thing with one of your 152s.
I imagine so.
What do you mean you imagine so? It's like a guarantee.
It's a guarantee.
It comes with the infamous Scott Roberts. If it doesn't work, send it back. I'll get you another one.
I'll get you another one. That's right.
Going through every location at 35 kilohertz. And I think I can push it to megahertz between 100.
What the hell? Is Steve doing some kind of a drug deal in the background there?
No. There's this video that I follow a guy on TikTok. He's local here, and he's built from scratch his own computer. Like, and when I mean from scratch, I mean like he's gotten the ICs and the wire, and he soldered everything up. He's designed his own CPU.
Jeez.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, it is impressive. And this is his second one, and he's still in high school.
What?
It's amazing what this guy has done. Absolutely amazing. I think that's what I was trying to do in high school.
I couldn't even put together two things, let alone put a computer together, like, from the ground up.
Like literal TTL logic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wired everything up, soldered all the connections himself, and he designed his own CPU and video card and
You know what the funny thing is though? If we were to wipe out all production processes right now, as in like get rid of everything that creates the things that we have, and we had to start all over again, I'd be really interested to see what we would do different if we started again. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I think with the knowledge that we have, we could do it relatively quickly. So it'd be a setback, but okay. So why don't we bring on Carol Orge, and if we have Terry Mann as well, but certainly Carol, who is the current president of the Astronomical League.
Oh,
Carol,
Scott.
There we are. Okay.
Good to be here with everyone, and
yeah,
this is a really neat experience. And I'll admit, I took a peek at the visually at the conjunction a few minutes ago, and in light polluted South Kansas City, it's okay, not nearly as good as seeing what several are showing, but it's good to see it's out there. Let's see, can I share a screen? I'm not seeing that option for some reason.
Down at the bottom, if you run your mouse over the bottom, you'll see a green share screen button.
Yeah, and for some reason, I am not seeing that tonight. Or is it at the top?
On Zoom, it's at the bottom. If you go to your Zoom client.
Yeah, still don't see it here. So I may just have to do it manually tonight because I just don't see it. It's not coming up like it normally does. So I think we're going to just visual or just orally give those results. These are the questions from the December 8th Star Party. Question number 1. Assuming that all 8 planets had hard surfaces, only 4 do, on what planet's surface would you weigh most nearly the same as you do on Earth? And the answer was Saturn. And the comment, if Saturn had a hard surface to stand on, a 100-pound person would weigh 106 pounds, just 6% heavier. And drum roll, the winner is Marie Lott, L-O-T-T, from, I believe, from the southeast part of the United States. Okay. Question number 2. What is the popular name for Tombaugh Regio? That's Tombaugh-Regio, this prominent feature on Pluto. The answer is the heart. And the winner on that one is Jane Hurley. That's Hurley.
All right.
And number 3, the Messier object, a planetary nebula. Sorry, I'm not able to show that, but is known as the Little Blank Nebula. The Little Blank Nebula. The answer is M76 in Perseus, and is known as the Little Dumbbell. And the winner is Mike Napper. That's Napper. Congratulations, Mike. And now we get to tonight's questions.
Okay.
My apologies for not being able to show those up here.
You will send your questions in by email to explorealliance@explorescientific.com. You will not answer them in chat. But explorealliance@explorescientific.com.
Sounds good. And will you post that also down there, Scott, so they can see that? Question number 1. What spacecraft first discovered the rings of the planet Jupiter, and in what year? So what spacecraft first discovered the rings of the planet Jupiter, and in what year? That's number 1. Number 2, how did Saturn get its name? Question number 2, how did Saturn get its name? And number 3, what is the tallest mountain / volcano, Olympus Mons, found in our solar system? I repeat, where is the tallest mountain / volcano, Olympus Mons, found in our solar system? So send those questions, those answers to the address that Scott just gave you.
explorealliance@explorescientific.com.
And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The Astronomical League is an organization that we work closely with as well. We're the underwriter of the National Young Astronomers Award and the Leslie Peltier Award with them. And the newly, our latest award that we're underwriting is their astrophotography award. So
there's going to be some very exciting news coming about that new award. I think you'll really enjoy the way we've laid out the program. So thank you so much, Scott.
Thank you very much, Carol. And before we let you go, too, we had talked a little bit about the relationship that the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada and the Astronomical League have shared over the years. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, we don't have anything formal, but we certainly want to talk with our friends in Canada about the possibility of collaborating maybe on some national events coming up. We do a yearly one, and I know the RSC does yearly situations as well. And we're very interested in comparing notes and see if we could maybe do some collaborating in a couple of years to start that process going. So we'll certainly be in contact. So I would encourage you to contact me if you get a chance, or I'll do it vice versa. That's president@astroleague.org, and we'll make this all happen. It's great to see everyone on here tonight.
Thanks very much, Carol. That's great. That's great. Okay, so
Hey, Scott, real quick.
Yes.
Did you know how Saturn got its name, though? So when they were making the planets, they sat on them.
You know, that was, I think, option 3 or something.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Are we gonna have a segment of corny space jokes? Because
corny space jokes, corny astronomy jokes.
Keep us going for hours.
That's right.
Don't you get me started with the Uranus jokes.
Oh,
Yes.
now it's a challenge.
Well, there's some great ones out there. I'm not going to lie.
Right. So where are we at next? Who has not yet been with us from the Royal Astronomical Society lineup?
I think, and I'm going to put him on the spot here. I think it's time to hear from our president, Robin. Hope that's okay.
Absolutely.
Going to throw you into the spotlight. Right.
Happy to.
Robin is the president of the Royal Astronomical Society, as well as the past president of the Calgary Center. Right. Robin has been hard at work during his time as president, and he's been creating the Next Gen Committee to increase representation and empowerment of young people within the RESC, an initiative that I absolutely love and I think is very important. And of course, this is among many other accomplishments. So Robin will be talking about the value of an RASC membership and the Observer's Handbook and its other premier publication, which is its premier publication, the ultimate guide to what's happening in space each year. Robin, I'm going to turn it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Scott. We really appreciate the opportunity to join in your star party, especially since most of us are in the midst of winter snowstorms here in Canada. I finally was able to see the conjunction last night. We had a bit of clearing in Calgary. The seeing was horrible. The best we could do was magnified blobs. But yeah, it was exciting. Visually, it was better than anything we could image. But it was nice, and I'm sure that if you see something from Alan Dyer from last night, it'll be the best that we could have hoped for in this part of the country, for sure. So I'm going to share my screen, and Steve, what I thought I'd do is just give the audience a little snapshot of who the RESC is and what we do. And Carol, I'm going to take you up on that. I did write down your email address. We'll connect and see how we can collaborate more, because we are all one community, even though we're different organizations. So
exactly. Looking forward to it, Robin.
Indeed, indeed. Let me know when you can see this, and hopefully it's the presentation screen and not no speaker's notes or anything like that. Coming at you. Someone's give me a thumbs up or a nodded head. There we go. Yep. Thank you, Steve. Yep.
It's fine.
Okay.
All good.
So RESC, who we are. The Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, also mostly known as the RASC. You'll notice the badge up in the top. We celebrated our 150th anniversary in 2018. So that puts us at about 152 years old this year. We are in 30 centers across the country. And when Jack Newton was speaking, he mentioned that he was past president of a few of those centers. So we've got local organizations that provide a lot of our local outreach, because of course outreach is a very one-on-one experience, and we've got over 5,000 members that provide that kind of outreach at those 30 centers across the country. What we're about, our vision is to be Canada's premier organization of amateur and professional astronomers promoting astronomy to all. We do have a professional organization called CASCA, which is a Canadian Astronomical Society, Société Astronomique Canada. That is primarily, that is solely professional astronomers, but a lot of those members are part of our organization as well. What we attempt to do, our strategic objectives, is to provide value to members of the society, value to those 30 centers that we mentioned, value to the scientific community, and value to the public, and do so in a financially sustainable way. And there's a number of things that we do, and we have governance from our board of directors, from our bylaws and policy manual. We're governed federally under the Not-for-Profit Act. But when you look at our structure, this is, it might be a little bit busy, but I'm going to point you to the bottom bar. In addition to our members and our national council and our centers and our board of directors and some of the administrative tasks that we have, at the bottom, you'll see some of our committees. And these committees are how we execute on our strategic objectives and how we deliver astronomy to the public, to the scientific community, to the members, et cetera. So our Astro Imaging Group obviously is a committee that focuses, no pun intended, on astroimaging. And you'll find that we've got things as simple as wide field astronomy, all the way to some very elaborate deep space imaging and processing techniques. And the nice thing is that our members have an opportunity for critique from really experienced astronomers in guiding them along the way to become better and better and better astro imagers. And some of the things that you see coming out of that group are just astounding. The next one is our education and public outreach, and that is the group that works with building programs and tools for that outreach, which is a really big part of what we do. Our history committee, and we saw sort of a taste of that with earlier presentations, where we really do honor the history of the society and the members that brought us to where we are. And you'll see a little bit about that when we talk about the handbook, which is one of the things Steve said I'm going to talk about, and I promise I will. Our IT committee keeps us with the right tool set, and so that members and the public have access to all of the things we deliver, especially this year. We've had to pivot this year, and 2020 has been a challenge for absolutely everyone. I think there's a lot of good has come out of it in how we reach out to people. And I mean, opportunities like this, Scott and Steve, where, you know, the audiences that we have access to are so broader and so much more diverse than we typically get from a public star night in a park. There's been some silver linings on this cloudy 2020. Our light pollution abatement committee is an important part of what we do. And it's all about education and also providing guidance to municipal, provincial, and federal parks. We've got a dark sky preserve program where we designate specific areas, and we help those kinds of clients, I'll call them, promote and educate the public on what it is to be good ambassadors of the night sky and help them avoid the perils of light pollution. And we won't go into that. There's a lot of things that we're speaking to the choir when we talk about light pollution abatement here, I think.
Yes. Inclusivity
and diversity is important everywhere. And we've actually created a committee that focuses on that explicitly, because as much as we like to think we're inclusive and diverse, we still have a way to go. And we're really focused on repairing that part of our organization. Our observing committee we've got some interesting programs, again, that start with beginning observers all the way to experienced observers. And we introduce challenges for learning the night sky, learning the deep space, learning the moon. And some of those programs are quite interesting, quite involved, and can take quite a bit of time to accomplish. We one of the highlights in that program, we did have our Explore the Universe program completed by a very young member of the society, and she wrote about that, and we highlighted that in one of our magazines. And she's spoken at one of our centers, and it's been an interesting journey to get a sense of what it's like to start from scratch and learn the night sky and become enamored by it as you go through that journey. And those programs that we have in our observing committee are set a pathway for that. You're going to hear, well, you heard from Dave Chapman earlier, and Dave is one of the authors of a number of those programs and sits on that committee. Our Next Gen committee, Steve spoke to that. We're really trying to create an organization that is shaped and driven by a younger crowd. We tend to be a common demographic like me. And we really want to make sure that our organization is catering to the needs of the next generation of astronomers. And Jenna, I'm not sure if we heard from Jenna earlier. I missed the beginning, but we do have a robotic telescope in California, and we've brought that online, and we're building programs around it. One of the other things we do to help bring astronomy to the public and to our members and to the scientific community is through our publications. I'll start on the right and work from right to left. So Sky News is a Canadian astronomy magazine that's published 6 times a year. It is the only Canadian astronomy magazine, and the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada acquired the magazine, and we've changed it a bit, but we've made it, it's always been an important part of what we offer to our members and to the Canadian public. It's been in the marketplace for 25 years. We've kind of made it our own, and we're quite proud of where it is and where it's growing to. The journal is more of a scientific publication, and it's a place for research scientists in Canada to publish their work and to gain some recognition in that particular publication. Two of our annual publications are illustrated on the left. The 2021 Night Sky Almanac is new. It came out this year, and it's targeted at the beginning and emerging astronomer. And of course, the Observer's Handbook is a publication that's been around for quite some time, and I'll talk a little bit about that here. So the Observer's Handbook is one of Canada's oldest scientific publications. It started as a Canadian Astronomical Handbook for 1907, and it's become an annual publication since that time. And we're currently publishing about 11,000 copies of that handbook. Since its inception in 1907, there have been 8 editors of that particular handbook. Dave Chapman, who spoke on the Mi'kmaq Moons earlier, as one of those editors, a past editor of that publication. I looked today at the 2021 handbook. There are 65 contributors to the handbook. So experts in varying arenas, including our basic data is our basic data, optics and observing, insights and depth that you don't find in a typical annual publication or beginner's guide. It's just a compilation of so many detailed things around topics such as the optics and observing, our month-to-month sky, objects in the solar system, stars, and of course, deep space. And C.H. Shant wrote in 1906, the misspelled Observer's Handbook. Sorry about that. The Observer's Handbook is intended to be a companion which the observer would wish always to have in his pocket or on the table before him. Consider it's 1906. It's not diverse at all, but it holds true today. And Chant was the editor from 1907 to 1957. And again, apologies for those errors on my slide. So I want to thank Steve and Scott particularly for giving us an opportunity to get on the stage with you in this star party. If there's any questions for me regarding the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, I'm here. Our past president, Chris Gaynor, is here. We've got a number of members of the society here. So I think there's enough history on the panel today. If there's any questions about the society, we'd be happy to entertain those at this point.
Let's see.
I'll stop sharing.
No, there's just some comments. Kevin Kell says, busy documenting RASC Astro Image Cert applications. Plans are next, probably during the New Year's Eve. They will be wonderful plans.
Nice.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to particularly thank Scott and Steve for your ongoing support of the society and our members and our centers that you're close to. We're part of a family, and we don't just get together here. We see each other in different ways throughout the year. Oh, there's one more publication that we're kind of proud of. I'll hold it up. It's David Levy's autobiography.
Yes, that's right. I have one too.
Publication of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. At any rate, thank you so much for the time today. Really appreciate it. And thanks for including the RASC in tonight's very special event.
Thank you very much. Okay. So Steve, who's up next?
Well, let's see. Jenna, are you there?
I sure am.
How are you, Jenna?
Good, thanks. How are you doing tonight? You must be tired.
No. Lots of coffee. Excellent invention. How are we with the robotic telescope?
It's still pretty bright outside. I have just taken a photo of Saturn and Jupiter. It's clearer. That's nice. Yeah, I've taken a photo of Saturn and Jupiter with the DSLR, and it's too bright right now. Sunset was only it wasn't that long ago, and we usually image in about half an hour or so. So that'd be a really good time to take some pictures. But I do have a video from one of our younger members who does planetarium shows, if you'd like me to share that with everyone now.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Excellent. So I'll introduce her because I'm here. This is Tara Jaffer. She's a member of Montreal Center and has been, actually, I think you have the bio, Steve, but she's been putting together planetarium shows in Montreal and hosting them. And she does an amazing job of it, and she's engaged a ton of people. And so tonight's timing was a little off for her, but I have a video of the work that she's done with those planetarium shows, and I will share that with you now. Oh shoot, hold on. I gotta share my computer audio. There you go.
Hi everyone, I'm Tara, and I'm so glad to be a part of this virtual event for the Great Conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. Those two planets are some of my favorite night sky objects, especially to share with others during our last Montreal events, something we didn't really get a chance to do this past year. Although now we do get to see them in the same field of view, which is amazing. Watching someone's reaction when they see the rings of Saturn, the bands on Jupiter or its moons, or even to get to see the craters on our moon, those moments are so much fun. In pre-COVID times, when we did get together for star parties and observing nights, I often got questions on how I got started or what other kids needed to know to become amateur astronomers. Since this past summer was so different for everyone, I took the opportunity to put together a short video for an online global STEM festival. To share my love of astronomy with other kids was a lot of fun, and I'm very happy to show it to you here.
Hi everyone, I've been doing astronomy for 4 years now, and I would like to show you the basics of how to become an amateur astronomer. First, notice that the sky changes throughout the night and throughout the seasons. That is because the Earth rotates around itself and revolves around the sun. Secondly, you will see a different part of the sky depending on your latitude. For example, me, I see the North Star at a 45-degree angle and the Big Dipper every night. People in the south will not see that. However, everyone sees the moon and the sun, so follow their path. They always take the same path. This path is called the ecliptic. It's our view of the disk of the solar system. Actually, all the planets follow a similar path. You can use small binoculars or a telescope to look at these more closely. I like to use a Dobsonian reflector because you can move it manually. You can also use a star chart made for your specific region to plan what to watch each night. For Jupiter, you may see its 4 Galilean moons. You can see them move around Jupiter all through the night. You may also see its stripes and its big red spot on the surface. For Saturn, you may see its rings, its moons, and also the gaps between the rings and the planets. For Mars, you may see its southern ice cap. And the moon is very exciting. You can see the details of its craters, and if the moon is not full, then you see so much detail along the shadow. This line is called the terminator. If you don't move with a telescope, then you will see objects move through your field of view within a couple of minutes. You will experience Earth's rotation in real time. This summer, I was able to watch comet neowise move through the sky near the Big Dipper and get dimmer as it went further from us. I also saw 23 meteors during this year's Perseid meteor shower in a dark sky site outside of town. Last fall, I had an amazing chance to run a planetarium show, and I focused on the winter constellations. In particular, Orion, with my favorite star Betelgeuse, and the Orion Nebula in its sword. I challenge you to find your favorite object in the night sky.
That was a really fun video to make. I've gotten some awesome opportunities over the past few years, including helping out at the Apollo 11 50th Anniversary Festival at the Aga Khan Museum. I was also chosen to give a show at the Montreal Rio Tinto Alcan Planetarium, and I gave the Winter Night Sky public event for RASC last January. I even helped host the CSA Junior Astronaut sessions with RASC just before the COVID measures began. This year has been difficult for many of us, but the night sky is keeping us company. I've set up my telescope in the driveway for the Mars opposition in October, for Jupiter and Saturn during the summer, and I watched the ISS pass over a few times. I also grab my binoculars to look at the moon whenever I can, and, like other kids my age, I wonder about life in the solar system. I love the idea of life in the oceans of Europa and Enceladus, or some methane creature on Titan. Inspired by a local artist and past center president Bettina Forget, I gave a bilingual workshop to kids about extremophiles, which are the likely forms of life in the solar system. Inspired by these examples, the kids drew their own aliens, while I drew a People's Choice alien, using the features that were the most popular as voted by the kids. I'm happy to share with you the kids' creations. Enjoy! And when we look at Jupiter and Saturn during this great conjunction, maybe one of these creatures will be looking back at us.
Thank you so much, Tara, for preparing that video. It was so much fun. So that's our, there we go. That's our presentation from Tara. She's definitely one of our very on the ball younger members and has been doing some fantastic shows. So thank you so much for contributing.
That was great. That was awesome.
Thank you, Jenna, for helping with that.
Thank you.
And next time we talk to Tara, please extend my thanks to her as well for putting that together.
Certainly will.
Right. Thank you. So to move things along, I'm going to call on Chris Gaynor. Chris has held many titles in the RASC, and he's been a member for nearly 30 years. He's a recent past president and also a member of the RASC Victoria Center. And Chris's knowledge on space exploration history is unparalleled in Canada. Chris has written 5 books on Canadian space history, focusing on the Avro Arrow project. And I'm so excited about this. I really am. And his new book, launching soon, will be about past 30 years of the Hubble telescope. So Chris will be talking about the history of the Avro Arrow project, one often unknown to those living outside of Canada. And for those who don't know, the Avro Arrow was a fighter jet developed in Canada. I don't want to steal the show, but I have to say this. If it was still around, I really don't think that there'd be anything that would be able to touch it still to this day. That's that's all I have to say about it. Chris, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Okay, it's great to be here. I'm in one of these places in Victoria where we got skunked with the weather this evening, but I think there's a chance I might be able to see what's left of the conjunction tomorrow. So I'm just going to try and do my share screen thing, and just a second here. How does that look? Okay, so I'm just going to start off by talking about a couple of irons I have in the fire right now. First of all, my book about Hubble Space Telescope operations, the first 30 years, is going to be published by NASA. I'm hoping in January, and it will be available as a free download in addition to a book you can buy. And when that happens, I'll be announcing it fairly widely. Just something else I wanted to mention, that as Robin's predecessor as president of the RESC, I am quite involved with the publications. And the current issue of the RESC Journal has my article about how space astronomy got going in Canada. There was a couple of ideas for Canadian Space Telescope, and also for a great big telescope that was going to fly on on a pallet on the shuttle. Unfortunately, they didn't actually happen, but it's an interesting piece of history nevertheless. And in Sky News, that's just coming out now, the January Sky News, I have a little piece about Apollo 14. So lots of stuff if you want to read what I've been up to. So so the Avro Arrow, here's a picture of the Avro Arrow on the day it was rolled out at a big ceremony in Toronto. Now the Avro plant is actually right next door to today's Pearson Airport in Toronto, and I know a lot of people, even the American, even people who don't get up to Canada that much, have probably had an opportunity to fly through Pearson, and the Avro plant was there until a few years ago. But the big day for the Avro Arrow was capping years of design and fabrication. The first one rolled out on the first Friday in October of 1957. And unfortunately, this kind of set the table for what was ahead of the Arrow, because something else happened that day, which I think a few people will remember. And for the people who were at that event, what happened is they had a great time at that event. You can see people from the Royal Canadian Air Force. There was a lot of USAF people there too, and some of the thousands of people who helped build the Arrow. And after this ceremony, they all went home, or they went off to a party somewhere, and switched on their radio and heard that Russia had launched Sputnik. So this served notice to the world that the Soviet Union had an intercontinental ballistic missile which could deliver weapons anywhere. Now, the Avro Arrow could fly twice the speed of sound, and had really cutting edge capabilities. It was one of the first aircraft that had fly-by-wire capabilities and things like that. But the problem is that it was built to defend against Soviet bombers coming to Canada, and all of a sudden, bombers became the secondary threat. ICBMs were on their way to becoming the primary threat. But anyway, all that was ahead on that day when the Arrow was rolled out. But the Arrow began its test flight program
it started, its first flight was in March of 1959, and 5 of them flew during the following year, and you can see the 5th one just accelerating it. They were just beautiful aircraft and highly advanced. Now they had a single pilot, but there was actually space behind the pilot for a navigator or fire control officer, as it might be needed to sit. But there was only one flight where they had a passenger on board. If you look under the 205, you see what looks to be like a hatch, and it was actually a changeable payload bay, so you could put bombs in there if you wanted, or missiles, or instrumentation, or what have you. The Arrow was quite an amazing aircraft. But on February 20th of 1959, the Prime Minister of the day, John Diefenbaker, stood up and announced that the whole program was canceled. And so those 5 Arrows were all torn up for scrap, which of course is wildly controversial. And there was a 6th one at the head of the production line that was also scrapped, although the front end of it was actually saved, and you can go and see it at the National Aviation Museum of Canada in Ottawa. Now, the first 5 that had flown actually used American Pratt & Whitney engines, and one flew just under twice the speed of sound. And the only reason they didn't go faster was because they were under orders not to. The Arrow was supposed to fly with a specially built Canadian-built engine called the Iroquois, and the 6th one was to be the first one. But unfortunately, the Iroquois never flew. Just while I'm on the Arrow, the Avro Canada had become a giant firm in Canada and had built an aircraft called the CF-101, which is used widely in Canada, and some were used in Belgium. It was actually a subsonic interceptor, where the Arrow was a supersonic interceptor. But the CF-101 was actually capable under certain circumstances of flying faster than the speed of sound. Anyway, Avro became a very big thing, but after the cancellation of the Arrow, basically the firm fell apart, and the people who worked on it were scattered to the 4 winds. The first book I wrote 20 years ago now was called Arrows to the Moon. It's actually still in print from Apogee Press, and it talks about how the Avro Arrow has important links to the U.S. space program. The Arrow was canceled just 3 or 4 months after NASA had been established in the United States in October of 1958. And a few weeks later, Project Mercury was started. And so this was the first manned or human space program in the United States, these capsules that would carry single astronauts. So after the Arrow was canceled, some of the top people from NASA flew up to Toronto and hired 25 of Avro Canada's top engineers, and eventually they hired a few more over the months that followed to fill specific skills. Some of these folks were Canadian, some of them were British. Like this fellow here you see in this photo, Pete Armitage, who's still around. He was an English engineer, and he was put in charge of recovery systems. And this is a great picture of him with Gus Grissom during some tests of the recovery systems on the Mercury capsule. The interesting thing is that the Avro people started work at NASA in April of 1959, the same week as the Mercury 7 astronauts. So they actually did their employee induction. You know, it doesn't matter even if you're a high and mighty astronaut, you have to go through employee induction. They all went through together. Mercury was actually, it was kind of a small program in a lot of ways. And so everybody knew everybody there. So all these Avro people became pals with the astronauts because they were working together a lot of the time. Now, I can't go into great detail about what all these people did in the time I've got, but I'll just go through some of the highlights. First of all, a lot of these, the Avro people who were hired were experts in kind of running test flight programs. And so they were put to work helping to set up the control setup for Mercury. And actually this later was used for the Mission Control Center that we know and love in Houston. But the first center, which you see in this slide, was actually at Cape Canaveral, right next, not too far away from the launch pad. And you notice if you look at this thing, you only see one television screen there, and that was where the flight director was sitting. When they moved to Houston, everybody had a screen, and but the setup for mission control required some thinking. You know, I interviewed Chris Kraft, the father of mission control, while working on this book, and he said, well, some people just thought I should be sitting there as the flight director with a red button and a green button. And, you know, red means stop or abort, and green means go. But they actually had a number of positions, you know, for example, a booster person who was in charge of the booster, and somebody else in charge of recovery, and the flight surgeon, the capsule communicator, who was usually an astronaut. But a special position, an important one, is called FIDO, or flight dynamics. The person who is in charge of knowing where the spacecraft was going and where it was going to go. And the first person was who had that position was a guy named Tech Roberts, one of the Avro people. Now the head of the group, and actually it wasn't there wasn't a Canadian group in the same way the Germans had their group with Werner von Braun, but the highest ranking Canadian who was hired by NASA was this fellow here named Jim Chamberlain, who was born in Kamloops, BC, but raised in Toronto. And he had a high position at Avro. He was the aerodynamicist designing the aircraft. But he was sought after by NASA because he had production experience. And the folks who were building Mercury at NASA with the contractor McDonnell Aircraft did not have production experience. They had built experimental craft, but they were like one-off things. They needed somebody who knew how manufacturers worked and all that. So Jim Chamberlain, his first job was being the chief engineer on Mercury. Now, he hated the design for Mercury, and when because all the systems are kind of stacked on the top of each other. So when they started talking about longer flights and possibly flights with two astronauts and doing various things like walking in space and docking with other spacecraft, Chamberlain came up with a whole new design for a spacecraft called Gemini. Now, Gemini kind of looks like Mercury on the outside, but it was quite different inside. It was much easier to service, and the astronauts who flew various spacecraft loved Gemini. You know, the Mercury was kind of the Model T of the space program. Gemini was the sports car, you know, and Apollo was perhaps a bit more of an SUV. So Chamberlain designed Gemini. Now, before Gemini started to fly, they changed the director of the program, but he was the first manager for Gemini. While he was working on Gemini, the U.S. was, or NASA was trying to decide. By then, they'd heard from President Kennedy, "We want you to go to the moon," in the decade of the 1960s, and they had to decide how to go. Were they going to go take one spacecraft that would take them to the moon and bring them back, or would they do other things like assemble a spacecraft in Earth orbit, then go to the moon, or would they do something else called lunar orbit rendezvous, which involves kind of having a couple of spacecraft, a mothership that would go into lunar orbit but not land, and a smaller ship that the lunar module. As you know, that's what they chose. But at first, they were very leery of this because when President Kennedy made a speech, they had 15 minutes of flight experience, you know, up and down. And now they're talking about rendezvousing spacecraft on the other side of the moon. That was terrifying. But Chamberlain was one of the first people who saw the sense in that. You save a huge amount of weight, which simplifies the launching and a lot of other things, but you still have that rendezvous that makes everybody nervous. He helped, played a key role in persuading NASA that that was the way to go to the moon. And what he had done is actually, he came up with this idea of, why don't we use Gemini to go to the moon? Attach it to a Centaur rocket, which was still being built, and use it to boost it to the moon, and then have a little, what he called a bug attached to the Gemini that would take one astronaut down to the moon. Now, he was told, forget it, that's way too dangerous, but it got people thinking about lunar orbit rendezvous. So Gemini was, as I said before, was a very successful program, and this was one of the highlights, the first rendezvous in space, and we had docking in space with Armstrong and Scott on Gemini 8, the first spacewalks. The most important thing is that it gave the U.S. astronaut team real life experience in spaceflight, and also the controllers. So, and one of the first flight directors was one of the Avro people. Chris Kraft at the right there, in kind of the plaid jacket there, he was the father of mission control, and he was the first flight director on a lot of the flights. Sitting at his left there is Gene Kranz, who we all know from Apollo 13. You know, failure is not an option, and all the great things he and his team did there. And above Kranz is the fourth flight director, a fellow named Glyn Lunny, who was actually quite involved in Apollo 13 too. But the handsome fellow in the dark jacket was one of the Avro people, and he was the second flight director, and his name was John Hodge. He was one of the English people. And he actually left the ranks of the flight directors during Apollo, early in Apollo, but he was a flight director in Mercury and Gemini. And he was the flight director when the United States had the first emergency in space in Gemini 8, when the Gemini 8 started spinning out of control, and they had to bring Armstrong and Scott back to Earth. He was the guy in the hot seat. And so he's quite an interesting character. Another person here, important person here, is the guy closest to the spacecraft on the right, Owen Maynard, who who is from Sarnia, Ontario, just like somebody else from there. I think his name is Chris Hadfield. But Owen had a very high position in the Apollo program. Some people call him the chief engineer. You can argue about that, but anyway, his job was kind of keeping all the different parts of this spacecraft working together. He was also one of the first people at NASA to get involved in designing the lunar module. But you can see here he's showing Prince Philip, the command module, and that was in 1966. So anyway, people like that played important roles in Apollo 11 and the missions that followed. Some of the Avro people even were involved in things like the shuttle. Actually, Jim Chamberlain had a role in the shuttle program, and some of them were involved in the. There was a couple of them who even hung around long enough for the ISS. One of them, Bruce Aikenhead, came back to Canada and was involved in setting up the Canadian space program. And Brian Erb actually had a full career at NASA while he was down there. And then when he retired from NASA, the CSA hired him, and he was involved in getting the space station going. So anyway, they had quite a long run working in the U.S. space program. So I was only given a few minutes, so that's kind of the once over lightly of the Avro people and the U.S. space program.
It's Chris. It's information I think a lot of people don't know, and it was very fascinating. So, it's not surprising to me though that Canada has had such a great influence in the technology and the success of space flight. So thanks for bringing that forward to us, and I hope to have you back on the program again so we can talk more about it. We are going to switch to Jenna, who apparently has some live images right now from the robotic telescope. So, Jenna, do you want to come back on to the program and share what you have on your screen?
Absolutely. So for those of you who didn't, I don't know if I was ever introduced, but I'll just quickly introduce myself.
Yeah, let's please tell us more about yourself.
I don't need a long introduction, but just for context, I'm the outreach coordinator at the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. So
that's very important.
I get to host star parties as well, and I'm very relieved that I am not hosting this one. Thank you so much for doing all the work.
It's great.
I think we found your next co-host.
Oh no, what have I done?
Yeah.
Well, I'm here with our robotic telescope. I will just throw a caveat in immediately and say that our telescope is really set up for deep sky imaging, not planetary imaging, but we're going to use it for planetary imaging anyway. So our scope is in California. I'll bring up the photos we have so far. I just have it framed on Jupiter and Saturn. We're using like the darkest filter we have, basically, so that we can take this photo, and the shortest exposure time that we have so that we can take the photo. So I'll bring up a quick photo of the planets as we see them right now in our nice clear skies. While I do that, I'll just mention the outreach programs we've been doing with this telescope. We've got it set up so that students, especially the ones in high school, later in high school, can choose an exoplanet that they're interested in, that they'd like to know more about. Have us send us essentially a data request form, and then have us image it for them, follow the transit line, and plot it themselves. So that's what we've been using our scope for the most part, for high school students. And it's been a blast, and we've had so many students learning so much about just in general, things like you'd never really get to do until you get to university. So stuff like how to pull data from an image instead of pulling it from usually the numbers that you get from, say some sort of testing equipment. So it's been a really fun program. Actually, Tara's dad teaches astronomy at a Cégep school in Montreal, and we've had several of his classes go through the program, and they absolutely love it. So here's our little view. Really, again, not the best camera for seeing it, but we can see Saturn and Jupiter right next to each other. And if you dim it all the way down, you can see not quite the cloud bands. On the other ones, sometimes you can see the cloud bands of Jupiter.
Beautiful.
Little bit of a view. And what we've been doing, I'll just, I believe, you can see the screen, eh?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, let me.
Now, this telescope is what kind of telescope?
It's an RCOS 16-inch f8.9 functional focal length of 3,550 millimeters. Wow.
Okay.
And we have one of the things that we've been doing since our telescope is not particularly well set up for imaging planets is we have a camera piggybacked on the back of it. We've been taking photos every day. Can you see my finder window here? And then subsequently the GIF that I just brought up.
We can see Jupiter and Saturn there. Yes.
Okay, so we've been taking photos every night that's been clear, and some nights that it hasn't been, you'll see some of the clouds that we managed to shoot through to sort of watch the planets catch up to each other. So we'll be taking our last photo in this series in maybe 10 minutes or so.
Great. Okay.
It's been great
Janet,
fun.
Thank you very much.
No problem. I can take that photo quickly. We can see if we can get a good shot of it with the DSLR on the back. We're kind of still fighting the sunset a little bit, but we are very thankful to even have views in California to be looking at, because I think almost everybody in Canada has been clouded out tonight.
Many people have, I think.
Mm-hmm. All right, there's the roof starting to come in. There's our little planets there.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see the roof creeping in the corner, the roof of the observatory. Yeah. Gotta catch it quickly.
Yep. Fantastic. Now,
where in California is this?
This is up near sort of just around Fresno, Auberry, California, and at Sierra Remote Observatories.
Oh yeah.
They've been fantastic hosts to us, and we're in good company with telescopes with JPL and all sorts of wonderful people.
We know them very well.
So we have a good time up there. The telescope was originally purchased as something to entertain all of us at RASC for the 6 months of the year that it's cloudy here. And we're getting to the point where we're going to be able to open it up to members to use. And they'll be able to be part of teams that get to choose targets and work together to do all the imaging. We originally had plans to use ACP, the program that lets you just tell it what you want, and then it gives it all back to you. But upon learning how to do this, I am not an astronomer, and you wouldn't believe the amount of imposter syndrome I feel in my job. I'm a marine biologist. So the amount of joy I've had learning how to do this stuff, that's what I want to share with people. I don't want them to just be able to plug stuff in and get their information back. I want them to be able to learn how to do it, and gain information from that. That's actually the number one reason I was so excited about our outreach program, is because when I was planning it, I had to learn how to image exoplanets and their transits. And anyone who was in the office that day, the day that I actually figured out how to plot the information, I just spent the whole day walking around with my laptop going, look what I did. Do you see it? Do you see the graph? Do you see it? I was so excited. Yeah.
Janet, could you let everyone know when you started with us? Because I remember in your early days watching you in fascination, learning how to use this telescope on your own. Nobody had set up any manuals. Nobody had put a workflow together. You just pounded your way through it and self-taught. So when did you start all of this?
I started at the RASC 2 years ago, and I started working on this project 1 year ago.
Yeah. And when was the first time you looked through a telescope?
I only purchased my own telescope in June.
Yeah. So it's amazing.
From Steve.
Yeah, from Steve.
Yes. Yeah.
It's amazing how far Jenna's come in 2 years.
Yeah, she's doing a great job.
It's amazing. Sorry, Jenna, I had to point that out.
Thanks. And it's only because of the support that I've received from various different RASC members and from staff and from volunteers that I've been able to do this. And so it's been an absolute pleasure being part of RASC and getting to learn from such knowledgeable people. I don't know what I would be doing if I wasn't here. I absolutely love working here.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you, Jenna.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. All right. So we have another astrophotographer with us, and it's Molly Wakeling. Molly, do you want to?
Having a couple of technical issues. I keep having to back up away from the fence to keep it in view. So I'm going to recenter again because I'm getting cut off on my fence, and I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay. All right.
I have the moon, Scott.
Okay.
I know it's not as exciting as the conjunction, but it's something.
Though.
Let me do a screen share so you guys can see it in glorious high resolution. So there it is.
Beautiful.
Let's do 100% zoom on this thing, just so you can we can dart around on it. So yeah, it looks pretty good.
Right.
Seeing's a bit wobbly.
A little bit. Are you looking over the roof of your house?
No, it's almost like above me right now, the moon, so it can't be any better position right now.
Right.
Hopefully I can show you guys this, but I just captured a couple of things real quickly. Let's see if it's this one here. It does need to be processed. I did actually get quite a lot of the moons to show up on this. I wonder if I can mess around with this.
Sure did.
Is there any way to control this thing? Processing? Aha. Yeah, this is obviously unprocessed, but this just shows how crazy the conjunction actually is. And then you can see all the different moons around Jupiter and Saturn, and I think one of those is a star actually. So hopefully you guys can kind of see it.
Yeah.
So you've got
I don't see any moons around Saturn, but I see.
Oh no, I do see two. It's kind of dim. Let me see if I can bump this up a little bit more on this. I mean, they're very, very small.
Yes.
So there's one right here, if you can see my mouse icon. There's one right here.
Okay.
I believe this is one as well. This should be a star. I have no idea what this is yet, so I haven't actually done a plate solve or checked anything yet to see what any of these things are. But we've got all four of the Galilean moons. It's a shame because I was hoping to see some of the other moons in Jupiter, the lesser known ones. Sometimes when you do exposures with 2 seconds, 3 seconds or something like that, they do show up. So yeah.
Wonderful. Thanks, Simon.
No problem, no problem.
Good.
Thanks, Simon.
Any minute now, an alien's going to come flying past.
Yeah.
I apologize if you guys could hear me typing. I forgot that I had.
Oh, that's no problem, Bob. You were typing very quietly. I could tell.
I was typing a message to Jenna, actually.
Oh.
So how long have you been awake now for, Scott?
Well, I've taken little cat naps, a couple of them. I meant to get like 3 of them in, but I wasn't able to get the 3rd one in. So, but I've been working since.
Yeah, I've got him. Sorry.
I worked through the night, basically, is what happened. So.
All right, let me
right,
screen share so we can go back to Molly.
Yes.
Okay, so I have an 8-inch Schmidt Cassegrain that I've got in the picture on the screen there, set up on my Altaz mount. Just I couldn't. It's blocked by the tree from the mount I usually have it set up on. So I set it up on this one instead on the other side of my yard. I keep having to move it back though so I don't hit the fence. But let me mess around with the exposures a bit here to, because there's such a brightness difference between the two of them that in order to see both of them, I have to do a bright overexposed Jupiter so that I can see Saturn. So let me find a nice exposure so we can see a little bit of detail on Saturn here. And this is a monochrome camera that's on here, so that's why it's not a nice color image. And I will zoom in a little bit here. Let's see. Too much. Go. That's centered.
Nice.
That's centered in Streamlabs. I'll bring it over a little bit.
Look how close they are.
And you can see a couple of Jupiter's moons there. If I bump up the exposure, let me just actually bump up the exposure instead. See a few more of them there. Got 1, 2, 3. Number 4 must be further out. I haven't looked at my planetary map to see where the moons are right now. But yeah.
So you just had to like physically drag the telescope back away from the fence, or?
Sorry, can you say that again?
I said, did you physically grab your telescope and move it away from the fence so that you could clear it?
Yeah, so my fence is very high, so I keep having to back up away from it. But I'm gonna eventually, like, my tree is gonna start blocking it if I back up too far.
Good job.
It's a delicate dance.
Yep. Richard Lighthill says a whole new meaning to drag and drop. That's cool.
Very much so.
And Dave Chapman is commenting to us from inside our chat, and it says Ganymede is in transit at the moment. So.
I'm afraid my internet connection is a little bit unstable out here. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, yeah, I'm losing Saturn behind Saturn behind the fence now. I'm gonna have to back up again. The curse of having an 8-inch telescope is that while the finder scope is several degrees above the fence line, the aperture of the telescope is being blocked by the fence because the aperture is so enormous. So, yeah, I'll have to back up again to this last Saturn, but maybe trim a few more tree branches. I did bring my tree branch loppers out here just in case.
Very cool.
All right, that's what I got.
Okay. All right. So we are looking for, we have someone that's just joined us as well, John Schwartz, who and his friend Mike are joining us also from California. Not sure, John, are you able to hook up here and share your screen?
Yeah, we're on, baby. We're on. And I got to tell you something. This 6-inch that you hooked me up with is the sharpest telescope I own. I love it, Scotty. Thank you so much, man.
Great.
Look, I want everybody to remember something. Remember Pluto. We must not forget. She was one of our planets.
You can see that.
Pluto's still a planet in my mind.
But we
There you go, John.
we've been really working hard on this. I
Yep.
want to show you the scope real quick.
That's it right there.
We'll show you. What are you guys looking at? Are you looking at the?
That's you, John.
Okay, can you show me?
Yeah, we can see the telescope.
This is gosh, dude, that's my surgical instrument, my friend.
Great.
I'm grateful.
And we also see the image of Jupiter and Saturn that you're taking with it.
It's live.
Looks very nice,
that's
very
live.
sharp.
We are live, and I had to really tweak the settings
To get the banding.
to get the banding and Saturn. The moons aren't going to show because the image will be blown out.
Great.
But,
So, John,
this is,
give
ahead.
us a quick introduction to yourself. I've known you for a long time, but this is the first time for you to be on the Global Star Party. And
I had to
you're
get my ducks in a row because most of the people on there are so amazing. Everybody, every one of you, I want to tell you, you have given me so much strength through this year in COVID. And Mike and I have been working real hard
So I
to.
can see your face.
Oh, okay.
I'll just stand there.
sorry, we're practicing, protocol because we don't want to get COVID. But yeah, everybody's really been great on the stuff you've shown and all the beautiful poems and just even Norm Fulham with the music. I almost teared up one night, but this is really very special to be a part of.
Yeah.
And to get the image I'm getting, it just is a testament to Explore Scientific, what a great instrument they have made. Because I've tried like different scopes and I couldn't get this. And I mean, the seeing is not that good, but you can see how good those rings are resolving.
Yeah.
And, I want to also say thank you, Woodland Hills Camera. They've been very helpful for me.
I'll tell Daniel that.
Yeah, Simon, I was throwing that your way too. I don't know if you've met me yet, but
Well, of course I've met you.
Yeah.
Like, how many times have I seen you at the store?
Well, pretty many. But yeah, this is amazing. I mean, it's Saturn is 455 million miles from Jupiter, and it's as you all know, it's extremely hard to resolve both to get banding and some detail on Saturn.
Yes.
But I've been blessed with this 6-inch that I got from Scott.
Which 6-inch is it that you got, John?
This is a special 6-inch.
Oh, here we go.
You got an
carbon,
EV-152.
carbon fiber. That was Maurice. He just left. No, the carbon fiber triplet with the 3-inch feather touch. And it's just an amazing, it's my surgical scope for the best imaging for planets and the moon and the sun, for sure. I haven't really got to the deep space yet, but we're planning on it.
I gotta say this, John. Does it have platinum compression rings?
I want to tell you, do not insult me like this. These are gold compression brass. It is a beautiful instrument, I mean, to tell you. And I went with the all black attire tonight on Los Monte.
Yeah.
I want to get the PMC eventually. But this is a very nice telescope in my collection.
Yeah, thank you very much. How many scopes do you have, John?
Well, I'm up to 20, I think. And,
20?
I'm trying to get some more. Well,
wow.
It's going to be used for, educating and doing public work, as you know, which I love to do.
Yes.
And, with the way COVID is now, this is a whole new platform, I think. It is tough to learn. I mean, we've been like struggling. You would laugh if you had a time lapse of us. I bashed my head on the scope because I was down low trying to look, and then I stood up too quick, and we got wires everywhere, and anything couldn't have happened. I mean, we almost couldn't get it up, and we did it, man. We just barely made it.
Last minute.
Yeah. But yeah, it's amazing. We actually
it's
have
a big success, John. So you did
decent,
great.
Decent seeing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, look at that Saturn.
Last couple of nights, it's been terrible.
Yeah. I
think if you guys have not met John Schwartz before, I mean, he is so full of enthusiasm and just loves to share the night sky with other people. He brought on his game at the Starlight Festival that we held a number of years back, and showed, I don't know, a couple of thousand people awesome views through his telescope, and it was a lot of fun. So I've always really admired what John has done and what he brings to the community of outreach enthusiasts, and so John represents some of the best of those people. That's great, man. Thank you.
Yeah, we are really enjoying this. And can I show you another picture I took?
Sure, of course.
Real quick. And this is a tribute. I also want to say if we're around the world and, we've just been connected together and we're all connected to the universe, and everything out there we're a part of. And it's so wonderful to share these to the world. It doesn't matter who or what or where, we are all the same, and we all came from there, and we all have that connection. And as Scott would always say, when you're down, just keep looking up. And it's true. I have been so grateful and thankful when I just look up, because the heavens are just glorious, the creations that God has given us to look at. And when you see those in their splendor with these instruments, and especially the astrophotographers, what they're bringing out of this stuff, I mean, we are in a great time. And
Yes.
we have a lot of great instrumentation. Scott, you've done so much good stuff for so many people, and your products and your customer service, par none, no better. I mean,
Oh, thanks very much.
it's
Thanks,
really
John.
great. This, I want to tell you about this picture. So I did a little tribute to America this year with my Christmas lights.
Are they seeing the flag?
And can you guys see it? It's a blown out flag, but I had to, that was done with my cell phone.
No, we'll still see the shot of Jupiter and Saturn.
All right, let me show you this one. So
You see that? There it
yeah,
is.
so there is the conjunction with my cell phone.
Oh yeah,
And
over there with the
I was
flag.
watching your last show a few back with one of your fellows who was doing the cell phone work, and he was amazing, man. And
Yeah.
so I've given it a little bit of a shot, and it can be done. It's just a miracle. But you know, we live in a great place, and it's a great time to be here and experience. Gosh, can you imagine if some of the old guys like Isaac Newton had one of our telescopes today? Or
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Right.
they would be like loving it extremely. But so yeah, I thought I'd show you this one because it was just a tribute, you know, to America, because it's a tough time here, and I know as around the world, it's very hard times here, but we'll get through it. Just got to keep looking up.
Yep. Well, thank you very much, John. That's
Sure.
awesome. Mission
We appreciate
accomplished. You did it.
I couldn't have done it without Mike. Mike is my network guy. He's man, Mike Garrett, you would have laughed if you seen us. And I know, Simon, you can relate. You know how these things get you when you're trying to get stuff up and running. It just, boy, I'll tell you.
Whatever can go wrong will go
Yeah,
wrong.
visual sometimes. I almost just said I want to be visual, but you can't bring it unless you do this. So
I think a lot of the times for me, it's the wires are always too long, too short, and I'm forever tying myself up.
Yep.
All
We
right.
did that a few times.
much respect to you, you know, for what you do, and it's, you know, it's amazing. It's a learning curve for sure, but the rewards are far greater, you know, especially with light pollution, and it's just amazing that we can even do this from here. So
in December.
In
December, that's right. Well, John, we'll have you on again, so that's
I
great.
appreciate it. Yeah, I can't wait to do the get my deep space game on.
Yeah.
And Simon, will you tell Daniel that he is in trouble after this night, after he sees the images that
He doesn't do any imaging. He's strictly visual only.
Oh, yeah, he did a little bit at the Starlight. He was had some nice images of Sombrero and 51, a few other things with his Takahashi. It was...
Yep.
Okay,
Great.
folks.
All right.
Well, my pleasure. I am
Thank
grateful to have had this opportunity, and I wish you all the best. And during these times, and I pray for your families and that you're all safe.
Thanks very much. Thanks. And
Yeah.
you have a great Christmas.
Oh,
John.
yeah. You
too, Scott.
You, Mike. Thank you very much.
21's coming, not the year telescopes.
Both.
It should be an
Both.
explored scientific 21-inch.
All right.
All
So,
right.
Steve, who do we have coming up next here?
Thanks, Scott. So I'd like to introduce Gary Crawford. Gary, are you there? Hi, Gary.
Hi, yeah,
Gary,
I'm here.
Gary was a professor at the University of Toronto in the archaeology department. Is that right?
Yeah, anthropology, yeah.
Anthropology. I'm sorry. Anthropology.
No.
And Gary had given a talk to our center a few weeks ago. Unfortunately, I missed it. So being selfish, I made sure that Gary was on the list for tonight so that I could see the talk. All right, so Gary, I'm gonna hand it to you.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen now. Let's see, which one will I? Okay, I'll do that one. So hopefully you are seeing, whoops, I'm going to start at the beginning. There we are.
By the way, I love this subject, archaeoastronomy. And
okay.
So this is going to be a real joy.
Well, maybe we'll spend a little more time than I expected. So I really want to thank Steve and Scott and Jenna for organizing this. I've really been looking forward to it, and it's been amazing hearing everyone speak and all the rest. It's been fabulous, and hopefully I can add to this. So the world of archaeoastronomy is a fascinating one, and I guess just a little bit about myself. I've actually been interested in astronomy for a long time. This is my high school telescope, along with our family pet in the snow, and this is back probably around 1967. That dates me for sure, but I even with my father's help, built a pedestal for this telescope back then. And you can see him taking a look at the sun. We've got the sun's image looking at sunspots reflected on a plate in the back. And then as an undergraduate, I studied astronomy a bit at the University of Toronto. So I got a buddy of mine back then take this photograph, which I haven't shown anyone until around now. So now I've got a reason to show it. Wow. And this is my setup Thursday and Friday night, taking a look at the conjunction. And you can see that I'm shooting in the daylight and through some clouds, but it was really incredible to get something. I mean, this is about the third planetary shot that I've ever done, but the bottom line shows Jupiter and Saturn just getting into the frame on Thursday, and then on Friday evening, a little bit easier to get them in the frame. And then I switched cameras to a high-speed camera to get Jupiter and Saturn just sort of a little bit in better resolution. But yeah, it's kind of fun, really enjoying it. And I've only been into the astrophotography gig for less than a year now, and really got going on this with Steve's help. So it's
good job.
Fabulous. Just having a lot of fun. Got to tell you, I retired specifically to get into astrophotography, truth be told. So there you go.
That's probably one of the best reasons I've heard to retire.
Yeah,
there you go.
I think, Gary, I'm going to follow your lead and do the same thing in a month.
Yeah. There you go. Do it. Now you have my well, no, you don't have my blessing, because who would I go to? At least locally. Anyway, but you know, the thing about astronomy, about anthropology, and particularly the archaeology branch of it, is that you can study just about any subdiscipline within the field. You can study. So my main expertise is actually ecology and botany within archaeology. So I study things like the origins of agriculture and human ecology in Japan and China and Eastern North America. But wherever I go, the stars are with me. And I've heard other people say that tonight, that, you know, the stars are a constant. They're there for us, and they're faithful friends. So people who are interested in archaeology or history as well as astronomy have a subfield here that they might tackle. And it's not often that you find an archaeologist with expertise in astronomy, but the more I talk about astronomy with my colleagues, the more I discover that my colleagues are quite interested in astronomy, and the common thread is time. We're all interested in time as well as space, and so this helps pull everything together. And so if someone is interested in pursuing this, there's a recent book out by Giulio Magli called Archaeoastronomy of all things. And I just refer people to that book if you want to learn something more about that in detail. And there's actually a Center for Archaeoastronomy that you can find on the web. And I just wanted to point out to you. So, I mean, the big question that we all think about in this field is why are people throughout time kind of encoding astronomical information in their art and architecture, their belief systems, and so on? And that's kind of the overriding question to think about here. And I know several people have referred to the thousands and thousands of years of experience and of humanity in learning about the skies. And I want to sort of take us through in 10, 15 minutes, sort of a brief story about how that appears to have unfolded. And but to put it in perspective, you think about it, throughout most of humanity's history, we have spent half our lives, our ancestors spent half their lives under non-light polluted skies. I mean, think about that. It was phenomenal. So the skies had to have been such an integral part of everyone's life. And I just sort of want to put that there. So I put this out there, and it's sort of, Steve actually alluded to this a little bit earlier, but the way I'd like to sort of organize this, just with a few examples, is to show that when our populations were really low and we were hunting and gathering, we needed to kind of be in the right place at the right time. So we knew when the fish would be spawning, when we could fish for them, when plants could be harvested, when the sap would be running, and so on. But there wasn't really a need for people to know that it was going to be a specific day that they'd have to get out there, sort of a general idea that we better start storing food because winter's coming, kind of thing. And but you also had to navigate. You had to communicate with with relatives across the landscape. You had your groups that you'd be trading with for goods that you didn't have, for example. And so the kinds of things that people would need to know would be sort of basic asterisms and lunar and solar cycles, as we heard Kathy talk about in terms of telling time by the moon, and also the solar cycles. So there's a lot going on. And as society became more complex, populations rose, people developed agriculture, you had to have a little bit more specific information about timing for planting and harvesting, avoiding frost, like I say here. And you still need to navigate and communicate and trade. So you still have to have some fundamental knowledge. But what we begin to see is you start to get specialists, like sun priests and shamans who knew about these timings, who had the knowledge, they kept the knowledge, they would set the dates for the community, for rituals and so forth, and make sure that the rituals unfolded in the way that they should. And then as we get political hierarchies and more centralized political organizations, that's where more detailed astronomical knowledge becomes kind of important. And so no matter what we might think about astrology, and I know that we've all been told that it's fabulous to have such an interest in astrology, right? Whereas no, it's astronomy. How many times, do we hear that? It's like, as an archaeologist, whenever I tell people I'm an archaeologist, usually people tell me, oh yeah, I'm really interested in dinosaurs too, but I'm interested in people and the relationship to this kind of knowledge. So that's sort of the background of how it comes. So astrology was kind of a crossing point where detailed information about the stars, the planets, and their movement with respect to the zodiac became kind of crucial in terms of understanding human relationships and even making certain day-to-day decisions about what you were going to do. And so there you go. But the archaeoastronomy as a field isn't that old. It really goes back to the 1960s when Gerald Hawkins hypothesized that Stonehenge was a computer. And he did this incredibly detailed analysis. And this is a diagram from one of his publications where he got a lot of the alignments right. And so what he was really telling us that archaeoastronomy is primarily reverse engineering. You have to look at these structures and then try to reverse engineer what might have been going on. But part of the problem you have to be careful with is that if you have enough stones, you can make all sorts of alignments out of them, but which ones are real? Which ones have some kind of meaning? And that's where the skill comes in. And we're actually partnering with people who have that knowledge is crucial, be it a professional astronomer, an archaeologist who knows the archaeology, or indigenous people who have this knowledge of the past. Unfortunately, we can't go to Stonehenge and talk to the people who built it, and that's where reverse engineering becomes really important. But although Hawkins pioneered this, it was a really great effort, but it really hasn't withstood the test of time. I mean, he had people moving stones in circles in particular holes, and when stones over a particular cycle would land in certain holes, and that would predict an eclipse or something. And it was just too much, and the details of the hypothesis really haven't held water, but the fundamentals still do hold water. So there are basic alignments like the summer solstice sunrise, which we heard about earlier from Steve, and then there are other alignments too. And you can even go for example, in some software, you can actually replay certain events. And this is the winter solstice sunset that has a particular alignment. And it's beginning to look like Stonehenge wasn't really a computer, but it was part of a huge landscape of interaction with the spiritual world, the skies, communities across Europe to some extent. And there was even a recent model that came out that has looked at the acoustics of this place, almost in the way a cathedral would have a very specific acoustic. And so, here's a view of the summer solstice sunrise in a particular angle. So clearly the skies were part of this, but it wasn't the way that Hawkins thought it was. But there's some weird things that go on too. And I'm sure we've all heard stories about ancient aliens and so forth. And the data can really be misused. And here's just a classic example of misuse of this data from Teotihuacan in Mexico and near Mexico City. For example, you may have heard of von Daniken. Of course, people my generation certainly know the name. I mean, the guy's published countless books on that are really in the fringe, but people love this stuff. But one of the stories that he tells is that the people at Teotihuacan were taught about the planets by ancient aliens, and they encoded the knowledge in the layout of temples and important buildings at Teotihuacan. And they draw nice circles, not ellipses. So I guess they didn't really pass on all the correct information to the people at Teotihuacan, but they claim even that they even knew about Pluto, and of course, but there are no writings in Teotihuacan about these connections or anything. But here's the mistake they made. I mean, they start with a conclusion, and then they look for evidence that supports their conclusion rather than doing it the other way around. So if you take the archaeologist's map of Teotihuacan, and those red buildings are all the significant temples and significant buildings. And then if we kind of line it up the way the map is lined up, you could draw any number of circles through the site centered on this particular structure in the bottom, and you'd get all kinds of alignments. And so you get these kind of just so stories that just don't cut it, but the public eats it up, and we just need to be more vocal. But we can go back in time, and so one of the oldest stone circles that has some kind of astronomical significance that we've really been able to qualify is found here in Egypt, in southern Egypt, at a site called Nabta Playa. And these stones appeared out of an ancient dried lake bed. And there are some interesting alignments. So they do get north-south aligned. And not only that, but here you have the summer solstice sunrise again. And it's set up just like we see at New Grange and other places. But there's nothing more here. So this is a sacred space that's tied to the skies and tied to some very specific directions. And the other thing you need to keep in mind is that on June 21st, at about 12:30 or 12:40, the sun is right at the zenith. And of course, the important thing about that event is that those stones then are not casting shadows. And that's marks an important event, the onset of the rainy season. So it's all very likely that people are working on the timing and they're trying to figure out when the rainy season is going to begin so that life is renewed, and it's tied to these cycles. And I don't need to say much more about New Grange because Steve has already introduced it to us. He's given us a really great introduction to New Grange. But what about other places? We can go to Malta, for example, and there's a tomb structure there that has exactly the same alignment. And I don't think it's that these people were talking to each other, but it's just that these events were recognized as significant to people probably a lot longer than we see from the architecture. So probably longer ago in the past than 5,000 years or 7,000 years. It's just that's when we begin to see these markers. But you might be familiar with a set of caves in France and Spain that are just rich with art. And these date anywhere from 17,000 to 30,000 years ago. They're amazing. So one of these caves, Lascaux, is kind of phenomenal because if you look at this at the lineup, so I've overlaid this drawing on top of this hillside to show what's underneath those trees. What you see are the cave passages, and these are the passages that have all the cave art on them. But there's one kind of cool thing about Lascaux. If you look at these directions, and if you look at this,
oh wow,
boom. They don't get it quite right in a sense that they are actually seeing the summer solstice sun set. And the light then passes down this chamber. And it must have been just such an extraordinary thing to see on this day that the skies the skies lit up these paintings and inside this cave. And how would they know this? It's likely that they were using a horizon calendar. And you can see that you can mark certain places on the mountains, on the hillsides, on certain dates. And when the sun hits certain spots on the horizon, you can then figure out when this event is going to soon occur. And it's not for rocket science. Sorry to say that, but then we could go across to the New World into New Mexico, and Chaco Canyon is this extraordinary area of indigenous American life dating to around 830 AD to 1150. And if we go back in there, I mean, it's a fairly, it's not an exactly rich area, but to them it had richness. And this is probably the largest single building in indigenous North America. This is a single building with a great deal of significance, ritual significance with these circular kivas and so forth. And this major wall along here is within a degree or so of being east-west.
Wow.
And then there's a north-south road that is a spiritual pathway that ignores cliffs, it ignores everything. It just goes up and down cliffs and rough territory to keep that trajectory. So these have incredibly specific meanings. And we begin to see that the elite here included specialists like shamans, priests who are specialists in keeping the calendar. And there are well-known and documented horizon calendars down in the Southwest. And this is one that's been recorded that shows where the sun sets on particular dates. And not only that, but the structures were built. I'm not sure if you'll get the audio on this, but it may not matter particularly, but maybe you'll hear my audio. If I'm not sure if you'll hear my audio, you may pick up my audio. I'll put my microphone near the screen just in case. But no, I don't know if you hear that or not, but
just a little bit.
But what you're seeing is essentially a theater.
Check that out.
Will happen for about a week. The solstice sun stands still. That's what the solstice means.
So that's the summer solstice sunrise going through a window, the light going through a window and falling on a cubby on the other side of the wall. And this is all part of understanding, trying to understand the relationship between the spiritual world and the landscape of the living. And then a while back, there was the discovery of a spiral calendar, in a sense, behind these slabs of stone at not far at Fayada Butte, near the Chaco site. And essentially what it is, it's a spiral that marks particular calendrical dates. So they would have marked they would have marked these spots during those days and then drawn the spiral afterwards. Oh, yeah. And so here's a time lapse showing the sun moving across. And when it hits the center, that's the summer solstice. This dagger goes through the summer solstice.
Wow.
The center. There you go. And when you think about that, think of the drama that this would entail. But it likely was only the specialists that came in to see this. And so you get animations on different sites. So it's really incredible. So here's another animation showing look at that. And
right. Oh, that's amazing.
Isn't that incredible? And it's not particularly precise because of the speed of the light changing. It gets very, very slow at certain points, but at least there's drama, there's a connection between the skies and rock and people and spirituality. It's incredible. And of course, one of the most dramatic connections between, so that structure was a natural structure that people took advantage of. But here's one that was built to take advantage of a particular event and to show a connection with the spiritual world too. So if we go to Chichen Itza at the spring equinox sunset, there you go. There's the sunset. Okay, it's precisely in the west. Mm-hmm. And then if you look at this angle, so here's the sun setting in the west, and this is the temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza. Many of you have probably even been there, but take a look at this. So the light is going to interact with the corner of this pyramid. And then there's going to be shadows falling on that staircase that goes down the face of that right there. So there's that. So so architecture, the architects, the engineers who built this were no slouches. These architects had astronomical knowledge. So take a look at this time lapse. The serpent, Quetzalcoatl, is slithering down the pyramid, and then it goes down a road, theoretically, into this cenote where they were making sacrifices and so forth. So it's incredible. I mean, this isn't about ancient aliens or gaining sophisticated knowledge. These were people who learned this stuff on their own and had specialists and people who were incredibly sophisticated in their knowledge in relationship to architecture. And then we heard about Cahokia earlier, and just want to show you something specific about Cahokia. As you said, this is the largest urban center north of the Rio Grande. This is a huge site, and a lot of people, even living in the St. Louis area, don't know about it because it's in East St. Louis, in part, and And I remember the first time I went out here, I felt like what am I doing here? There was a huge liquor store with barred up windows and all of that. And then you get out to the site, but it's incredible. If you're ever in the St. Louis area and haven't been to Cahokia, you have to go there. And so there's a wood henge at Cahokia. And it's not clear exactly what the wood henge was built to do, but there are certainly certain alignments with the summer solstice sunrise, with equinox sunrises and so forth, winter. Anyway, there are, you can go to this cahokiamounds.org website and you can see what's going on. And the left-hand image, you get a sense, this is a real urban center. And these are not, these are kind of similar to the Mayan temples, but these are essentially residential areas where the family, the kin group, the chieftains who were essentially in authority ruled. They were a spiritual group. They were and their power was really in sort of theocratic rule. But they, other than that, it was. This is just an extraordinary site. Estimates of population are anywhere from 20 to 40, 50,000 people. But they've reconstructed this wood henge there. And what is it that they're trying to do? Are they doing a particular analysis? Is it secular? Likely not. However,
how old? I mean, what does this date back to?
It dates back to about 900 AD. It begins. Now, it's essentially a continuation of a culture called Hopewell, who seem to have, I don't want to get too much detail, but there was some allusion to this earlier. There was an astronomical event. I forget when it was, 800, 900 AD. And the people sort of got up and moved. And Cahokia was set up with a particular set of measurements and a particular alignments. And it was planned. This is not sort of an ad hoc construction. This was built to measure. And one of the curious things is the alignment. So it's precisely on a north, south, east, west axis. And there's the wood henge. But when you look at the summer solstice sunrise, it's like, what's going on here? Okay, so they could see it, but it doesn't seem to interact with the other structures. But what you do see here is something happening that's auspicious here during an equinox sunrise here. And what it is this, and they've done a quick time lapse of this. And what you see is the sun rising on the face, the entrance, the sort of the staircase up to this temple mound. And these are all earthen mounds, not made out of stone. And so again, what we're seeing in a sense is a type of theater. It's a demonstration that the world is unfolding as it should, and that if you conduct certain rituals, you may likely be influencing the fact that the world will continue in a way, and that life will blossom again, and so forth. So it's intriguing. And then just as a final example or two, if we go to Egypt, which how can we talk about archaeoastronomy without visiting Egypt? But there's a fringe theory about the role of Orion in the design of the pyramids and their layout, and that they fit Orion's belt, and therefore there are these connections with aliens. And, if you don't really know what's going on, it's aliens, right? So the idea here is that there's Orion's belt, and we were all aware that the stars of the belt don't form a precisely straight line, and nor do the peaks of these pyramids. And so the fringe has made a lot out of this. But what they miss, of course, and there's an overlay of the stars, they're not quite right, but you can flip them and they'll line up okay. They're kind of reverse and looking to the north. But what the fringe people miss is that the corners, these corners of the pyramids are precisely lined up. And the only reason this third pyramid is smaller than the others is simply because of the geological situation and the opportunity to build a bigger pyramid simply didn't present itself. So it just didn't happen. So they're perfectly aligned. And so the argument that, oh, there's something auspicious about the lack of alignment is wrong, because they are perfectly aligned. And, but again, we can come back to this sort of the idea, the skies and the landscape and the spiritual world are all integrated when we think about the culture of the time. Rather than imposing a culture on them, you have to contextualize in terms of this culture. And so Khufu was the pharaoh who had these pyramids built. And in a sense, the horizon, so for sunset and sunrise, the horizon was symbolic of resurrection and death and resurrection, coming and going, repeating. And so Khufu, of course, was going to die, and the pyramids were related to him, his death and afterlife. But the relationship to this is that when you look at this territory and where the pyramids are up here in relationship to the Nile and where travel was taking place, this is the major highway for the Torontonians. You know what I mean when I say this was the 401 of Egypt at the time. I mean, this is how you traveled. And when Khufu was traveling here, he could actually see his horizon. He could see these pyramids rising from the horizon, symbolizing this resurrection. And so that's probably in all likelihood what's going on here. So those pyramids being sort of offset in the particular direction they were all lined up on their southeast corner was partly about making them visible to Khufu from the Nile, so that they would kind of rise up from the horizon as you're going down the Nile to see them. So that's what archaeologists think is really going on here. And then finally, we can get to astrology. And I managed to get to Jaipur a few years ago and see this observatory complex. There are 19 observing tools here that were built over a period of time, and they get larger and larger in order to become more and more accurate. And it wasn't about secular astronomy and learning for the sake of learning and explaining the universe. It was in order to make astrology far more precise. This is my understanding from the literature. I'm not an expert on this, but my understanding from the literature is that this was about being able to make predictions about or be able to observe precise locations of stars and planets at the time of your birth, so that decisions about marriage and other things in your life could be made with precision. And so we see that observational astronomy has roots in this type of observation. And this is all now coming to fruition in a state level society, so in a very complex kind of situation. So that's my story. It's about contextualizing all of this knowledge and understanding the cultures in which this knowledge is being created, and how it's being handed down is another issue. But there's my introduction.
Wow, Gary, that was awesome. There was some comments here. Norm Hughes was commenting that he used to work at Carlsbad Caverns, and he said on the summer solstice and winter solstice, they would get a shaft of light as the sun set in the west directly into the cave. So I don't know if that was, I'm sure there's some, many natural things that would be conducive for that kind of alignment. And maybe that also inspired, building things, seeing some of these things happen.
I think that's a good point. I think we're seeing points of inspiration, of revelation, in a sense.
Yes, right.
And that we have inherited, in a sense, the knowledge based on these revelations, and what it must have meant to people in those days. Just incredible.
Oh yeah.
And these caves in France and Spain, I mean, in particular in the Dordogne region of France, and not all of them, of course, are lined up. As you point out, there has to be some kind of natural alignment because people didn't build these caves.
Right.
But statistically, there are a number of these caves that are lined up with these seasonal sunsets, particularly on the solstice. And these particular caves have carvings that indicate the season. For example, spawning salmon carved in the entrance and so forth, that show that people understood that there was some relationship between these caves, which at least in certain cultures are thought of as being links to the underworld. And the underworld doesn't necessarily have to mean hell as it might in, say, the Judeo-Christian tradition. It can mean the source of the origins of life. It's the origin, it's where spirits dwell. It's the origins of humanity in a sense. And so it has different meanings to different people.
Yes, right. Book Davies made a comment. He says, I wonder about the British hold dolmens. I wonder if they have some kind of alignment or if they face any which way.
Yeah.
I haven't been there and not much information on them.
I've read one or two papers about this, and it's a bit controversial, but in fact, there has been a statistical study that actually shows that the dolmens are statistically kind of laid out in such a direction, in such a way that they are a kind of a platform for the passage of the moon. So that there is the one hypothesis out there is that it actually encodes the 18.6 year lunar cycle, which most archaeoastronomers say has never been documented archaeologically. But there is this one paper out there that says that the dolmens, there's a flat stone that's horizontal that is then flanked on either side by vertical stones, kind of locking it in place. And so these flat stones are thought to line up. So if they're kind of lined up east-west, looking, depending on where you're standing, they're looking towards the zodiac and the moon, the path of the moon. And so the thought was that there is somehow this 18.6 year cycle encoded in it. But please don't ask me to explain that.
Okay. Well, another comment here from a person goes by Ashes A. A lot of religions and communities incorporate the moon and stars. The Islamic calendar is based on the lunar cycle, which is beautiful. So anyways, I think that you got a lot of people thinking here. Very, very interesting. Well, it's great. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing that on.
My pleasure, and thank you for inviting me to speak.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Excellent.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Well,
Scott?
Bob and Terry, I think that we're down to the two of you. I'd like to get your impressions on what you thought the night was like, and you've attended several of these events, Bob. So,
yep.
How did you think it went?
It was great. I really enjoyed it. I would not have left early under any circumstances. I have a couple things to show.
Okay.
One is there is an astronomer locally here named Tom Polakis. You probably or may not have heard of him.
I've heard of him.
He's quite clever, and he always does things that are out of the box. So I wanted to show his picture of the conjunction. Share screen, if you don't mind. Let's see. How's this one? Maybe this is the one I want to show. Okay. How does that look? Can you see this?
Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at that.
It is unbelievable.
Yeah.
You can see moons and the bands of Saturn, and the rings and the bands and Jupiter and everything. And he just took that a little while ago. When it was good here. I thought this was outstanding.
That is outstanding. It's
great. A really, really nice job. Okay, so then there's one other thing I want to show you, which you may find interesting. While I was on this, Stevie, who for the rest of you is my wife and my business partner as well in DC3 Dreams, she went out to look at the, let me make this bigger just a sec. Let me expand this so it's possibly easier to see. Okay. Now, can this be shared like this? What do you see now? Do you see just this
Stephanie
Facebook post? Okay,
Yeah.
so there is the link I sent her to our program this evening, 3:45 for several hours. And then at 6, she went out and went down the street with our Canon image stabilized binoculars. And here was her reaction. I see it. Blah, 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 you know. So she was very happy to have seen the conjunction that way while I was sitting in here attending this party. So that was a cool event also. I love this. Again, I want to thank you very much for inviting me to attend. I really do appreciate it.
We always enjoy having you on.
These are great.
Yep.
So
you always bring a stimulating intellectual
well, I don't know about that, but
angle to this. So and I do. I really appreciate your opinions and your insight into these things. So thanks for being a part of it.
I loved every bit of it. And I'm, for those of you who don't know me, I'm a technologist and not an astronomer. So Scott has me in here and I'm not quite sure why, but I love attending. And
we need the technology here in our
I
astronomy.
am a technologist, an engineer, and not an astronomer. I build the race cars and give them to the drivers to go out and win races. That's my life. So
it's awesome. Bob, thank you for your contributions. It's great.
All right.
Great.
Thank you.
And then we still have Terry Mann and Carol Orge here from the Astronomical League, and Robin Ferret from the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. I think I'm seeing like an alignment of 3 celestial, entities here that will may do some amazing stuff here in the near future. So what do you guys think?
I think we can always do amazing stuff. You get a bunch of people together that like what they're doing, you can do amazing things.
Yeah,
that's right. Where there's a will, there's a way to do it.
That's right. Yep. Now, if everybody could have made my clouds disappear, that would have been really good.
Well, I like your background, so that's second best.
Well, thank you.
Right.
Terry, my background is the only way to get above those clouds. That's Haleakala,
Oh,
10,000 foot elevation in Hawaii.
that sounds fantastic.
Well, excellent. Well, I hope you all enjoyed it. It has been a fantastic day. It's been a very long day. I want to thank Steve Malia and David Levy for hanging in there for all of this time. We started working on this all through the night last night, and it was great to have Christopher go on so early in the morning. It was totally unexpected that he would be on, but he got clear skies over his island of Cebu where he lives, and he took some amazing images, and all day long it's been kind of like this magical time, where people are just so affected by this beautiful, amazing, super rare, conjunction. And I feel like we all got to see a total eclipse kind of experience. I mean, it's just that kind of an amazing thing. I know I'm going to miss it. Total eclipses of the sun are things that you can go see every year and a half or so. But this was once for us. And,
Scott, it reminded me of the total eclipse just a little bit. And just a very fast side note, while I was out observing just tonight, I had 2 neighbors come up and says, "What are you looking at?" And I says, look right over there.
Look over there.
And they could not believe. They said, "Oh, those are the planets? Are you kidding?" I said, "Yeah, that's them." So it's really a neat experience.
Yeah, I imagine that there will be hundreds or thousands of images shared in the days and weeks ahead of this amazing conjunction, and so I just I'm really happy and pleased that so many of us came together to share this in this whole day long global star party, and we had 5 segments that came on. With people from all over the world. We had astronomers in Africa and Europe and Asia and young and old. And so it was really, it embodied the spirit of what I would call the global star party. And it was just amazing overall. So thank you. Thank you everyone for participating. For those of you who were in chat, in the audience that watched and participated and helped us get this educational outreach program launched through social media. This will mark the last Global Star Party of this year. And we will come back next year with more. We have more programming coming on as well. And we will have live astronomy league, astronomical league events happening every month, and so we're just getting started, folks. So, but I will be taking a 2-week-long vacation, and and then I'm going to look forward to really coming back with a lot more. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
So Scott, before you sign things off,
sure.
I think your efforts definitely need to be recognized in putting this event on weekly, sometimes multiple times a week for various
he's an
in the
animal.
world, and you're up at all hours of the day as well. I don't think you've slept yet since yesterday, because you were still emailing me at 1 o'clock in the morning, and my time.
I got that string of emails too. Epic.
And then we're both online at 3:30 in the morning, so I don't think you slept yet. And the tiredness is starting to affect me a little bit. But Scott, thank you for creating this forum for all of us and for everybody around the world to enjoy. It is truly an amazing event that you've put together, and I think that
it's all of you that make it what it is, So I'm just happy to.
There he is, being humble again.
I'm just the cheerleader. I'm just the guy that just connected some wires or something, So because this is I think that we demonstrated how vibrant and interesting and amazing the amateur astronomical community is worldwide, and the interest that people have all over the world. Everyone knows innately that we share one sky. We are all we all understand that we talk about being made of star stuff and everything. Well, here we are reflecting it in the images and the poetry and the songs and the stories that all of you totally get. And so it's just, isn't it amazing that we get to hang out like this and do this? Yeah. So
It's awesome, Scotty.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments from anyone else before we do sign off?
Bob, those were amazing.
Yeah.
Very wonderful. Probably the best I've seen. Those were incredible, man.
Yep. I agree. We're going to see more of it too.
Well, you have shown so many great views. It's just amazing. I'm like, it really comes across quite detailed too, considering we're zooming it,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right.
Bob, are you in Hawaii? Is that where you live?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, Bob.
No, I'm in Mesa, Arizona, and the picture that I showed just now was
Okay.
produced not by me, but by Tom Palakis, who's a local Phoenix astronomer and a very clever, imaginative, and I mean, he does things that are totally outside the box. That's his thing. And he's always posting things that are just mind-blowing. And this was his from tonight. So I do not take credit for that.
Okay.
That image was from Tom Palakis, and it is really quite remarkable.
I'm just emerging from the ashes. I've been incinerated. Just call me Phoenix next year.
Thanks very much, John. You take care. Love
Hey,
your
you guys
videos.
have a great evening. Thank you, everybody, also for hosting and allowing this for us, Mike and I, in Moore Park, California. To we got lucky, man. You know, the stars tonight. We were given a gift. They gave it to us.
Excellent.
Every night the seeing was garbage, and I don't know how it was so good tonight, but we're blessed.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
Thanks,
Yay.
folks.
All right. Well, for everyone out there, also, we want to wish you happy holidays. We hope that you're able to connect with family and friends somehow. And, I feel fortunate that we've been able to do something that has been so enjoyable and so insightful and so meaningful during these last few months. So thank you very much. And we're coming back for more. So take care.
See you all next year. Have a safe holiday, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. All the best.
Bye, everyone.
Oh, yeah. Loving it. Did I see I got you on the map? I told you I would. Believe me, when Boston talked, I listened. Now I'll leave my scorecard on the table. Wait till we get the job, and then we can give them the mark. Man, success. I am so happy. You know who Tom Palakis is? Dude, I don't feel bad at all. That guy is so gnarly. What is it?